everyone is well. Hope everyone has had a good day and a fun day and has been enjoying whatever it is you've been up to. News-wise, it seems to be a little bit quiet, to be honest. Not seeing loads of stuff today. It seems to be a little bit of a quieter day. Obviously, there's a bit of chatter around Asuka and stuff like that. A few comments just doing the rounds on different things. But, the belief is she's going to be on an extended absence. So, kind of where we thought, really. It looks like she's kind of moving to a different phase in her career at the moment. But we can kind of get into all of that. We're here, of course, for NXT. And we've got plenty to preview. Tonight's actually quite a big night for NXT. We've got Naraku, or however you pronounce it, Evil, going to make his debut. So Evil is going to be on the show. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing kind of how they present him and what that looks like. I suppose in a way, just seeing him in a WWE ring is just going to be so weird. We've only seen him once. And then, of course, we got that vignette last week. So let's go over. We haven't got the thing on screen. We can do that. And that can easily be resolved. So if we go down here, we've got. So Naraku makes his highly anticipated in-ring debut. Kendal Gray goes one-on-one with Kelani Jordan. That could be a lot of fun, to be honest. Noam Dar returns to action against Jackson Drake. Tatum Paxley teams with Lizzy to take on Zaria and Nikkita Lyons. We got Sean Legacy, EK Prosper, and Tate Wilder. They're clashing with Birthright. So that'll just be a fun showcase for these kind of new talents. I don't know how much people have seen Sean Legacy. People won't have seen much of Tate Wilder. We've seen a bit of EK Prosper. He's been around for a while. But, a little bit of a showcase for those guys, taking on Birthright. Tatum Paxley teaming with Lizzy against Zaria and Nikkita. That'll be fun. Great to have Noam Dar back. Always great to see Kendal Gray. And as we said, Evil makes his in-ring debut. So genuinely looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. I like Tatum. I like Lizzy. I'm glad Zaria's away from Seoul and Nikkita has been doing some really great work recently. That's the only thing I'm like, nah, but it'll be fine, won't it? Other than that, yeah, goods. Let's go. Should be fun. So NXT, hopefully going to keep the good vibes going. One thing I've not had a look at is what did Cage Match make of last night's Raw? Not that it matters. It doesn't get high scores, but it just gives you a sample. Just a little sample. It is at 5.5 right now. 5.5. So that's where we are with last night's Raw at the moment. EO Soul got 7.2, which I think is fair. Obergaza was less than 5 minutes, didn't score. Dominic El Grande, 6. Javon Rusev got 5.4. And that opening match got 4.6. Again, not loads of scores. Most people scoring it in the 6s, which I don't think is unfair, to be honest. I don't think it's unfair. Yeah, I thought it was solid, and I really enjoyed the Roman segment, the Asuka segment. Io Sol Ruka was a good match, a really good match. I think 7.2 is fair. I wouldn't have hated that getting like 7.5. But about that ballpark feels fair. I thought Dominic against El Grande was pretty good in places as well. 6, maybe a little low. I think the 5.5 feels a little bit low to me overall, but it's only had 28 votes. So that's where we are anyway with Raw from yesterday. And yeah, it was all right. I didn't find myself hating that show. Corey struggling with... What are you struggling with, Corey? A VPN. People just saying NordVPN, Robbie saying NordVPN is only $13.99. You can also get promo codes on many dirt sheet YouTube channels like Fightful or Wrestle Talk. So that you can get a discount on that as well. That's quite clever actually, isn't it? Like getting a VPN company to sponsor you so that you can give that sort of discount. That's quite clever. I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of VPN companies try and sponsor these sorts of channels anyway. But certainly with what you lot are having to pay in America right now, that's quite good timing, isn't it? So, yeah. I've got that Honey thing as well, which kind of searches for codes. That's kind of good. That's helped save me money in the past. Although I did hear that there was like... I don't know, some scam to do with Honey. I don't know what that was. It saved me money before. Cart said, did you see what Grimm said to Adam Pearce? Did I see what Grimm said to Adam Pearce? No. Well, I don't know what you mean, but... Grimm as in Grimm's toy show? No. What do you mean? Said online? On X or something? Jono said, there's rumours that Roman was injured last night. Do we think that's a work? There's rumours he's on Raw in June now. I've not seen any rumours of him being injured. I mean, I do think that he went quite hard into that barricade. So I would say it depends where the news is coming from. So if the news is coming from people that watch the show and they are just speculating, oh, it looked to me like he got injured, then I'd say there's not really anything to it. But if it's obviously coming from a Fightful, a PW Insider, or one of those kind of places, then I would say obviously that is something worth paying attention to. As of right now, I can't say I've heard anything, so I'm not aware of there being any issue. In regards to the June thing, Jared, shout out to you, buds. In regards to the June thing, yes, he's doing extra dates now. So he's working on the 1st, and he's missing the next week. Then he works the 3rd week. Then he misses a week, and then he works the final week. So I think out of 5 weeks, he works 3 in June. His schedule has kind of come out and been announced. The one word that we did get today is the Office of the Mayor of London said there's no specific notifications to bring WrestleMania to the city in 2028. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be like, well, what about 2029? What about 2030 and all of that? But, yeah, no specific notifications or negotiations at this time. But yeah, no, I'm just having a quick scan down to see if there's any words on Roman. I've not seen any words on Roman, so not aware of anything. Right. Yeah, Carl, what did I miss? What was said? What was said between Grimm and Adam Pearce? Bones, hello, shout out to you. Daze, the superstar departure question. Do we mean leaving or passing away? I meant leaving. So, like, it was... Oh, yeah, we should probably look at that, shouldn't we? So, let's get it up on screen. Where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? Actually... Can I just switch it over to this one? That'd be easier. Yeah, there we go. So, this is WrestleFeud. We've had 12 responses from the members. So, we need more responses. So, the link is in the chat. Did I put it in the chat? I don't know if I put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat now. So, the link is in the chat. Oh, is there one pin? I can't see the pinned message, so it might be pinned. Well, either way, it's in the chat now. So if you click on it, you come to this form. And the form is just 4 questions for our members game. We do this every week. So the questions this time, what was the most emotional superstar departure? So this was inspired by Asuka leaving and walking through the door, so on last night's show. So I was thinking about all those times where people might have just had their last match and maybe leave the boots in the ring, you know, and it's like the last time we see them. So, I mean, it might not be Asuka's last time, but I mean, it would count because we don't know right now. But like, I don't know, think about all those people that have had retirement matches. Think about all those moments where they've said goodbye. I mean, recently we've said goodbye to the likes of Cena. So do you remember him at the end of his show? And he kind of bids us farewell, right? AJ Styles as well, you know. And then people from the past, you know, you've had like Batista, you've had Ric Flair, you've had Paige. That was emotional. When we had Edge at the time, that was emotional. Where, you know, they had to say basically they were Daniel Bryan, where they all had to say they were having to depart due to injury, whatever. I'm not really bothered if they ended up coming back further down the road. At that time, in that moment, we were saying goodbye, wasn't we, to them? It was them kind of announcing that they were done due to injury or whatever. So, yeah, not people passing away. I was thinking more people that said goodbye and, you know, had to call it quits for one reason or another. So, yeah, that's that one. Then we've got the best WrestleMania match that wasn't for a title. I think that was Robbie that suggested that. The best WrestleMania match that wasn't for a title. Then we've got who should win the 2026 Queen of the Ring. That's a nice, easy one. And then we've got what's the best ever Money in the Bank cash-in? What was the best ever Money in the Bank cash-in? So what was the most emotional departure? Someone saying goodbye to us. What was the best WrestleMania match that was not for a title? Who should win the 2026 Queen of the Ring? That's if we do it, of course, but we'll presume we're doing it. And what was the best ever Money in the Bank cash-in? So those are the 4 questions this time around. Grim told Adam that he's coming to Raw to face Oba next week. Right. Flamefist said, Cena is my all-time #1 superstar, but we had him for a year, so it wasn't that bad, says Flamefist. William said, last night I was listening to the stream. I was in and out of the chat. I was varnishing the leather surfaces in my truck, and the fumes got to me. I sat in the chat and I was typing, feeling lightheaded. Wow. That was quite the experience, wasn't it? That was quite the experience that you had. Adam Pierce got yeeted last night by Jacob. Yeah, a few people kind of a bit down on the fact that Jacob looked as strong as what he did. A few people thinking that it was a bit disappointing that once again Jacob stands tall. I can sort of understand that, but I think the whole reason for this feud is to get, like, you know, make Jacob look like a badass. I think it is succeeding with that. I think Jacob's looking like, you know, really dangerous, chucking people around and murking people. And I mean, this is his family as well. Bloody hell. If he'll do this to his family, what will he do to other people, you know? So, yeah, I think like we're having to balance keeping the belt on Roman and Jacob not getting the title, but Jacob still looking really good in the feuds. It's a difficult balance, and it is resulting on Roman just kind of coming off second best most weeks. Chelsea made a great point. She wants to be the first unsuccessful Money in the Bank female cash-in. Great for the business, said Shining Wizards. Brandon, shout out to you, buds. Frankie said, it's good, we need a break. I don't drink coffee, so sandwiches and donuts are good for me. Hello, Frankie. Hope you're well. Casey, hello. Hope you're well. Frankie said, got any donuts for me, Casey? Oh, please, guys, keep the flirting out the chat, right? I know that you're all kinky animals, but do you know what I mean? And I don't think we call it a donut, right? We call it a lady garden. That's what we call it. So let's get a bit classier, shall we, with the way we're referring to genitalia. Edward said, Asuka has got some family issues to tend to. She's requested some time to take care of it. There's no timeline for a return, but she will return. Edward, thank you. He did have a nick on his elbow after going through the barrier, said Damo. I'm not sure it's going to be any issue that's going to keep him out, though, to be honest, buds. Certainly no word of any sort of serious issue or concern or any problem in that regard, so I expect to see him. I'm just going back to see what else we've got. Hassan USA, shout out to you. Sot.sg, shout out to you. Glockness said, I like British people. I wish they were real. I wish they were real as well, rather than just living in cartoons. Casey, Daze thinks I'm like Tommy because we're both from Boston, said Frankie. Oh, you're all the same, you Boston boys. You're all the same. You've only got one thing on your brain. Yeah. Cart said, do we think AAA does defend the mixed AAA tag team championships on Raw and SmackDown NXT in the future? Yeah, I do. I don't know that it's going to be a regular thing, but I think that if the belts are on... I mean, we got the AAA Mega Championship defended last night, so why wouldn't we defend the Mixed Tag Championships? But I don't think it's something that they're going to do on a regular basis. It's just going to be, you know, if a story kind of dictates it. It's a good way of, if you're building towards a big AAA show. You know, I mean, last night on Raw, they were able to actually promote that match and talk about that match. Gave it a few video packages, did the match and made like a big deal out of it. And who knows, we could do like the women's one next week, or the mixed tag next week, as we head towards the 30th and that big mass versus mass thing. We might not do like that. We might do something closer to Triple Mania in September. So I think as we get closer to the bigger shows, you might find that Triple H is a bit more open to using some Raw time, some SmackDown time, just for kind of like anything that crosses over with the main roster. I suppose it depends who's got them. But yeah, I could see them as we get into bigger shows, just sort of using Raw and SmackDown as a way to just advertise the fact there's a big show coming up. You don't want to miss it, you know. But by and large, most weeks that there won't be a AAA crossover. Because I think it sits more at the NXT level. But obviously they want it to be viewed, they want it to work. There is crossover between the main roster, so yeah, I would expect those belts to be defended. Do we think they're building up Jacob to be a legit competitor against Ober? Sally, yeah, definitely. I think they want Jacob to be a big main event star. And I think they want Ober to be that as well. And the main event is not a big place. I mean, really, if you think now, you've got maybe Drew, but certainly Cody, Punk, Roman, Seth is sort of sniffing around. But it's kind of a combination of those people. You know, Randy can pop in there from time to time. Jey Uso has been there. Gunther will be there. I think Jacob definitely feels bigger than an Intercontinental Champion to me. Definitely feels like he's above that level. He's going to be in main events competing for belts, definitely. And, of course, Ober is as well. So I can't say they're building him up for Ober. I just think they're building him up so that he can be in the mix of the main event. And I think they're doing the same with Bron Breakker as well. So I think they're building up Bron, they're building up Jacob, they're building up Gunther, they're building up Oba. And you can sort of see that kind of next wave of Trick Williams as well. You can see that next wave of main roster stars being kind of worked on right now. And that's good because Punk's not going to be around forever. We know Roman is, part-time. We know that Seth has made it very clear he doesn't know how much longer he's got. Cody doesn't know how much longer he's got. So it's good that they've got some stars that are coming through because they're going to need them. I don't know where we are in, say, 5 years. In 5 years' time from now, say 2030. 2030 could be very interesting. I don't know what the main event scene looks like. I would be shocked if it was still Punk, Cody, Roman, and those names. Some of them will still be there. I wouldn't expect them all to have gone. But I think by that point, we will have made progress with, a Bron Breakker being in the mix, an Oba Femi being in the mix, a Trick Williams being in the mix, a Jacob Fatu being in the mix. I think those names would be all around it as well. So yeah, they're just trying to build them and see if it works. The problem is that you can have these big plans, but if the fans don't really take to people and, they don't really get the numbers and, they don't generate the kind of interest that WWE needs to see, then obviously you've got a problem. Oba is definitely ticking the boxes. I don't know. I'd imagine Jacob is. It's hard, isn't it? I mean, we don't analyze numbers because we don't get the numbers like WWE do. I can't tell you the increase in Jacob merch sales. I can't tell you the increase in video views featuring Jacob. In January, Jacob's videos did this amount of views on average. Now they're doing this amount. What's that increase? And what's the average? And is that something WWE are satisfied with? And where's the merch sales? Is that something WWE are satisfied with? And, they're going to have all these metrics, Google Trends being one as well. Should you have a look at that, actually? Might be interesting just to have a look and see how some people are doing. It's always quite fun to do this. So if we jump over and we go, let's go Drew McIntyre, right? We'll go Drew McIntyre and we'll go worldwide and we'll go the past year web searches. Okay, so the blue line is Drew, okay? Now let's add in Jacob Fatu. I don't know how this will compare, but I'm very interested to find out. Wow. So there's Drew. You can see Jacob well below, and then boom. I mean, look at that. Absolutely shooting to the moon with, this current feud. So these are the kind of numbers that WWE would see. You can see that Jacob is, kind of just largely down here. Don't forget he was out with injury for a while. But this is only the past year, and then this has been obviously the story we've been doing now. You can see that Drew has sort of faded away. We haven't seen him since WrestleMania, which would have been around this point here. Jacob's gone on to a feud with Roman and Drew has gone away, and you can see how that has influenced things. Let's have a look at Gunther, shall we? Gunther. So Gunther through the roof there. That's probably when he retires John. But you can see actually that Gunther is ahead. I mean, that's going to play a massive... You take that out. I don't know what it does to the numbers. I wonder if we could go past... I don't want to go... I'm going to go custom. Start date. I'm going to go back... Let's go back there. Let's go there. And let's go today. Apply. So this is like 1st of May 2024 to the 12th of May. So it's just over 2 years. So hopefully this will give us a bigger snapshot. So that is Gunther, massively helped by retiring John. I mean, look at that. Look at that. That is amazing, actually. if you think this includes WrestleManias and SummerSlams and all of that, the biggest spike by a mile is, I mean, that just shows how impactful that match with John was. Didn't matter that it was Saturday night's main event. John Cena retired and the world paid notice. The world took attention, like paid attention to it. I mean, there's going to be WrestleManias and SummerSlam, Survivor Series, loads of different things in here, but the biggest spike is right there at the end of 2025, and that'll be John Cena's retirement, right? You can see the uptick for Jacob. You can see Gunther's kind of gone down, which he hasn't really done a great deal apart from attack Cody, and we need to get, obviously, a bit more follow-up on that. But it doesn't seem to have landed yet. Drew has gone down because he hasn't done anything since WrestleMania. But it just gives you an idea. I mean, Gunther's in a good place, actually. Yes, massively helped by that. You take that spike out, and him and Drew will probably be about the same, actually. So, mentally, if you think about Gunther, he's about the same as Drew when it comes to web searches. He's actually ahead, but you can take a bit off because of that spike there. I mean, that was a gift, wasn't it? Retiring John. So you could probably take a little bit off because only one person can retire John. So yeah, Drew might even be a little touch ahead of him if you do take some of this away. But either way, you can see Jacob not too far behind. Massively helped by this Roman feuds. But it's just kind of interesting. This is just Google Trends. I mean, you could put another one in, which you can go Braun Breaker, which could be kind of interesting. So, Braun Breaker is, yeah, I mean, it's just, but I suppose, what has he done? You know, I mean, like, what has Braun Breaker done? Braun Breaker is the lowest of all of them. His searches over here are like 15. That, you know, that's Fatu 21. Drew 26, Gunther 30. But then you think, like, has Braun Breaker had any major moment? Probably his biggest moment is maybe the match with Seth at Backlash. But, you know, and he got a little uptick for that, look. Little bit of an increase, but not loads. And then before that, it was probably the match with Punk, which would have been here at the start of 2026. Then he gets injured. Then he comes back. And then he has his match. So Punk was the high point. Punk would have been about there. So that's February. So it was kind of here, wasn't it? Early January. So it's this bit here. And is that the highest point for him? That was quite high. That would have been WrestleMania. Can't remember. What did he do at WrestleMania? Was that WrestleMania last year? Yeah, WrestleMania 41. That would have been WrestleMania 41. There. So that was quite high. The Punk match was high. Backlash, no, not as much. But if you think about it, what have we done with him? All of that is the Vision. You can see it's not been really setting the world on fire, the Vision. Certainly not. Him kicking out Seth, I don't know when we did that, but there's been no great spike for that, has there, when he kicked Seth out? There's no big uptick. So it's just kind of really interesting comparing these, you know, and then if you put in, let's say, a Roman Reigns, just to really show you there are levels to this game, right? Roman's up here like, what you lot doing down there? Yeah, look at this. It's like Daddy went for a day out with his kids, isn't it? Jesus. I mean, if anyone ever says to you, like, oh, Roman's not that big a deal or whatever, I mean, these are the numbers that WWE see when people are scratching their heads as to why Roman keeps getting all this opportunity. It's because globally and through the numbers, it is just undeniable who the big stars are. The problem you've got is you've got to try and improve these numbers. So you've got to try and bring these numbers and increase these numbers. And obviously you don't want to be damaging that one too much. So it's not like you take him out the main events, give them the main events, and it'll all of a sudden like just change around. It could be that drops, and it might be this only increases a little bit. You know, you're trying to figure out how can I get them to his level without him dropping? And you're trying to do this balance, really. It's quite difficult. It's quite difficult. We could put in Cody Rhodes. He'll be below Roman. So Cody, as you can see, quite comfortably above Braun and Gunther and Jacob and Drew. But kind of comfortably in the middle, actually, for Cody. Roman's still up here. Cody is there. And then you got all the others at the bottom. It is very interesting. I could just sit here and just keep typing names in. And keep having a look and seeing, like, you know, how does this person compare? How does that person compare? So I do find it very interesting. But these are the sorts of numbers that WWE pay attention to and WWE look at that, you know, kind of dictate to them who is worth investing in, you know, and helps them make the decisions they make. Flamefist said last year it was the Intercontinental Championship. It was Dominic against Braun, Balor, and Penta. That's correct. Yes, I'd forgotten that. I couldn't think off the top of my head what match he was in. But yeah, you're correct. It was Dominic, wasn't it, in that Fatal 4-Way? Sally said the numbers say why Roman gets what he wants. Someday he'll retire. WWE will keep him on for creative. Well, I don't know if they want to. I don't know if they will. I don't even know if he wants to. I think that, you know, it's not for everyone. And plus also, I think it's very time consuming. There's a lot of meetings, isn't there, at the head office and all of that. So I don't know. I'm not sure what he'll do after. I wouldn't be shocked if once he's calls it quits with wrestling, if he doesn't like just pick and choose a few Hollywood films to do. I could see that, where he goes away for a bit, does a film, and then spends the rest of the time with his family. He'll have so much money and whatever that he'll only just do the projects he wants to do. It's not like, yeah, I'm going to do everything. It'll just be like, am I interested in that? I could see that for him, actually, going off to Hollywood, but not full time, because I think he is someone that really, you know, prioritizes his work-life balance. You know, who wants to be there for his family, wants to be there for his kids. I think that'll probably continue. But I could see him doing some more films. I mean, obviously, once the wrestling's kind of packed up. Wrestling's a hard thing to give up, though, isn't it? I mean, he's absolutely idolized. He can walk into an arena and everyone can just absolutely faint, acknowledge him and all that. I mean, like, one day, all of that's going to go. Certainly on a regular basis, it's going to go. He'll probably forever be able to go down to a ring and have people acknowledging him. Just like how people freak out when Stone Cold comes to a ring. But yeah, I mean, certainly he won't be able to get in there and have matches. And certainly he won't be doing it on as regular a basis as he is now. So yeah, it's a drug, isn't it? They say that wrestling's really hard to like give up. Right, let's go. We've got Ian said, Daze, what was the point in signing a contract if they can show up on Raw and still hit each other? Feels like Triple H ignored Triple A completely. What was the point of signing a contract if they can show up on Raw and still hit each other? Yeah, it's a good point, but perhaps that contract was more just in Triple A. It didn't work like on Raw. I don't know the specifics, but of the contract. But it's a good point. I mean, they did sign a contract saying you can't touch me before the event. Whether that only applies in Mexico or whether it applies worldwide, don't know. I'm sure they could find a way around it that way, you know. Big Time said, if we looked at 2026 overall creative, those that say that it's worse than 2025, I would have to disagree. Last year, I vividly remember us saying it was sterile and lifeless. playing safe and doing bare minimum. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I do think what they've done this year is arguably they've done some of their worst stuff this year compared to last year. I mean, I think the John Cena heel turn was not the right move, but I watched it and I wasn't largely offended by it. We still got some stuff out of it. I'm not gonna rewrite history and say that it was good or anything, right? But we did get, like, you know, the match with Orton and the match with Punk, which we could have done face versus face, but you know, they tried to show us these matches in a way we'd never seen them before. So yeah, we're going to do Randy Orton, John Cena, but you've never seen it where Cena is the heel. And yeah, we're going to do Punk and Cena, but you know, you can go back and watch their classics, but now we're going to do it where Cena's the heel and Punk's the babyface, and we had Punkonomics, which was pretty fun, actually. Punkonomics. So, you know, I think that what they did was they tried some stuff like the Vision. They tried some stuff like the John Cena heel turn, and it didn't work. What they're doing this year is not playing it quite as safe, and the results are a bit more extreme. So, for example, you know, Pat being involved in the main event picture, I know that was kind of forced on them, but yeah, I mean, that sucked, and that was worse than anything from last year for me, right? I don't know about everyone else, but for me, that was worse than anything they did last year. The Gingerbread Man is them definitely not playing it safe. So again, divided opinion. It was not for me, but I still could get some fun out of it, just with how nonsensical it was. But there was plenty of people that were enjoying it. The Danhausen stuff I could vibe with a bit better. The Minihausen stuff didn't have a problem with. But again, I wouldn't say that was them playing it safe. In fact, a lot of the Danhausen stuff is a little bit more out there than what we were doing last year. A lot of the comedy last year was having to come from, like, R-Truth and a bit of Chelsea, of course. So Danhausen's been a very well... I mean, you could just say this year's better in general because of Danhausen. Danhausen has given people something to look forward to and enjoy, and there's been quite a few times people have said one of the only things I'm enjoying at the moment is Danhausen. Well, last year you didn't have Danhausen, you know. So what I would say is last year was, for me, bad and a bit bland and a bit safe and a bit dull. This year, I think there are definitely things that are bad, and you could even argue some of the worst stuff is this year, but I think overall the shows are better, and I think that there's some decent stuff that's happened this year as well. So yeah, I would agree. I would say that this year is not as bad, but I would put a caveat in there and say, actually, across the 2 years, some of the absolute worst stuff has happened this year. So I could understand why people were still frustrated, you know. I could understand why people are still not willing to give TKO any kind of, or WWE any kind of credit, you know. You might be hard pushed to find anyone out there that's going to be like, yeah, this is better, blah, blah, blah. Because I think the general consensus is it's still not good enough. I think that's the general consensus. The general consensus is I don't care if it's a little bit better or a bit worse, or it's still not good enough. And that is, I think, the feeling that's kind of out there, which I can understand. I can understand. I think that, you know, last year was quite challenging at times, and I think this year has been challenging at times, thankfully not for long periods of time, which is why when you get a show like you got yesterday, I kind of go, okay, yeah, I'll take that. First hour was a bit of a struggle. I thought the second part of the show was much better. The Asuka bit was good. I enjoyed the Jacob bit. I thought Io Sol Ruka, it felt a little off to me. So I saw someone say it felt like they were going 4 miles an hour. I thought that was a fair comment. Obviously, Io does a couple of moments that feel better than that. But yeah, if I felt like I watched their practice match rather than them going out and really delivering it, you know? And I think that was more on Sol than Io. I think Sol feels like she's the one that's kind of got the break on a little bit and just sort of, okay, I do this now, and kind of maybe overthinking rather than just, doing it. Just sort of like, right, okay, here we go. I'm going to... And then, like, she does it, and it's all like, rather than just... And it all just flowing. And, I mean, nerves. It could absolutely be nerves. It could absolutely be that she hasn't got total confidence in some of the spots and sequences because she just hasn't worked with EO that much, And, yeah, I mean, a big crowd like that as well. It's very different to NXT. And that was our best match. And it was not a bad match. On Cage Match, they're scoring it like 7.3, something like that. But, yeah, I think there's a lot of green shoots. There's a lot of, like, good call-ups. And there's a lot of good stuff that's around. I'm genuinely looking forward to tonight's NXT. Really looking forward to this show. And I would say overall it is a touch better than last year. But I would whisper it because I would imagine most people would be like, it's still not good enough. Joey said, Daze, I'm not good enough to co-stream Backlash with you. I've called action for years, but apparently I'm not a sports entertainment storyteller. You can take this job and shove it. I quit, said Joey Styles. Joey Styles, shout out to you. Fan of your work. King Gamer said, I believe Hunter is a legend. However, given a lot of fans' negativity, do we think his career and achievements were his talent alone or help from Vince? Well, no, I mean, he had skills, but you've always need the table to be set for you. You always need to be in those positions. So, you're up there with big names, feuding in big feuds. I mean, don't forget, he's got Stephanie McMahon on the arm, right? He's in with the McMahon family. He can carry it. I mean, it's not like he was some guy that buckled under the pressure. I mean, what you've got to give him credit for is being big enough and strong enough and a good enough performer where, imagine that, there's people where you could say, right, we're going to give you Stephanie McMahon as a partner. Vince McMahon's going to be your father-in-law. You're going to be around that main event scene working with the likes of Undertaker, Kane, Stone Colds. You're going to be working with The Rock. You're going to be working with Mick Foley and Booker T. And you're going to really kind of be around at a very important time as well. Because Triple H was around in a period where we were coming out of the Attitude Era, going into Ruthless Aggression. And it was kind of not too far between Stone Cold and The Rock both having to sort of step away. The Rock stepping away for Hollywood, Stone Cold stepping away due to injury. And we have this transitional period, along with the likes of Kurt. And obviously Brock Lesnar's, crazy arrival in 2002. But you kind of go through this period where, yeah, he's around in that Attitude Era, comes through into Ruthless Aggression. He's kind of a key player, obviously, in that time period. And obviously you're seeing, like, the rise of others at that point as well. And there's a lot of change, and you've got to be big enough to be able to just deal with whatever's thrown at you. You've got to be big enough to carry the ball. I think Triple H is a really important wrestler in the history of WWE that actually doesn't get the credit he deserves, because I think a lot of people just look at the fact that he was given probably too much opportunity. People point to his reign of terror. People point to the McMahon-Helmsley era. People point to the fact that he was just given everything because of Steph, really, and, getting with her. But I would counter that by saying, yeah, but you've got to be able to rise to the occasion, He had the entrance music, he had the look, he had the gimmick, the game, all of that stuff. Imagine if Test had been in that position. I mean, would we be talking about Test the same way we talk about Triple H? I don't think we would. I think you could put other people in that spot and they would not have risen to the occasion. I think you could put other people in that spot. I think they would have buckled. They would have, kind of crumbled under the weight of it all, but Triple H didn't. So definitely the table was set for him. Definitely opportunity was thrown his way. But for me, he stood up and maximized it. And yeah, you can complain about certain booking. He shouldn't have, at 19, he shouldn't have beaten Booker, for example. WrestleMania 19, 2003 was that? As we said, that sort of important time period where we're coming out of Attitude Era, going into Ruthless Aggression. And he's, keeping the fire burning and waving the flag and keeping the company moving forwards. It was important. So yeah, I think that he is a big player. I think he is a legend. He rightfully belongs on like legends lists and all of that. But you don't have to look too hard to find people that will tell you it was only because of Steph and it was only because of Triple H and all that. But my counter would be you gotta perform, haven't you? They can set the stage, but you've got to go out there and perform, and I think he did. Ian said, I think I might be the only one that's not too hyped for Keanu Carver or Tony D's new characters. I think Will Cruz is going to be great. I like Keanu Carver. I think Tony, I don't know, it feels a little hollow at the moment. It feels like we've put the belt on him because we don't have anyone else. And, this had to work. I don't know what the numbers would be saying about him. I don't have an issue with him. I think he's got a good look. I like his entrance music. But I don't really know what he stands for anymore. I mean, before he used to be the Italian guy. Now he just feels a little bit like, I don't know, a Bron Breakker ripoff, really. I'm getting like Bron Breakker vibes from him. And I don't know. I don't really feel a connection. So that might be a bit of work in progress, to be honest, when it comes to Tony. Keanu Carver, I really like his ring gear. I can't remember his entrance music, though. So maybe the entrance needs a bit of work. But yeah, I don't mind him. I don't mind Keanu Carver. Still quite early in his development. According to USA Network, said Edwards, SmackDown will go back to 2 hours on June 5th, followed by Strowman's Everything on the Menu in the 10 p.m. time slots. Right? Spiders and snails don't have skin. Glockness. Thank you. Time to play the game. And then the water spit said Flame Fist. Yes. Let's go. How many people imitated that and imitated crotch chops and DX and everything? Like, he was very, very influential. Very influential. If you look back on WWE history, it'd be really hard to imagine, actually, WWE without him. I wonder where he ranks in the most important men in WWE history. I wonder what number he would be. He's got to be right up there if you think about what he did with NXT and setting up NXT and then taking over from Vince. I mean, legitimately, he's got to be top 10, hasn't he? Top 10 most important men in WWE history, Triple H. Obviously, Vince is number 1. You'd imagine Vince's dad would probably be number 2 because Vince's dad's, set the company up going all the way back. You might have someone like Toots Mondt as well that also helped set up the company back in the day. Bruce Pritchard, who was basically Vince's right-hand man for, years and years and years. Pat Patterson might have to get a shout as well. Inventor of the Royal Rumble, but also just did so much with the company, producing, writing, all of that. Kevin Dunn, if you think about the production sides, and, I think the production levels of WWE have always been above other companies. Historically, they were. Certainly since Vince took over. I think Kevin Dunn would have to be in there. But yeah, I mean, you could go down a list like that. Triple H has got to be on that list. And obviously, Stone Cold is going to get on there, and wrestlers like Hogan's going to get on there as well. But Bruce Pritchard, Pat Patterson, Kevin Dunn, Vince McMahon, maybe Toots Monts. These are the sort of... I think his grandfather, is it Jess McMahon, might also get on there. But Triple H has got to be surely in that top 10 as well. So, yeah, incredible career. Question, though. What 5 wrestlers has Triple H put over in his career, said Shining Wizards? That's a great question. What 5 wrestlers has Triple H put over? I would say Gunther, because he gave him the win over Cena. He's a longest reigning Intercontinental Champion, although I can't remember if that was under Triple H or Vince. 2-time World Heavyweight Champion. I would go Gunther. I would go Jay. Jay as a single star. It didn't really work out, but he pulled the trigger, didn't he, at the Royal Rumble, and then gave him the world title, and we had to suffer the whole yeet stuff and all the fans doing the yeeting thing. I mean, he definitely put him over. Whether it worked or not, you can debate. So I would say Gunther, and I don't think that's reached its final destination yet. I think that's still a work in progress. But I would say Gunther. I would say Cody. I mean, WrestleMania 40 is where we finish the story. Technically, Vince, I believe, is the one that brings him back. That was at 38, wasn't it? That was at 38. So that would have been, what, 2002? So Vince would have brought him back. Triple H wanted to put the belt on Cody at 39. Vince convinced him not to. But Triple H does put the belt on him on 40. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you haven't got loads of room, really. I mean, someone like Cody definitely reaches the mountaintop under Triple H, but it's Vince that brings him in. But then you can say the same about Gunther. So there might not have been enough time, really, for Triple H to have completely from scratch, from start to finish. There might not have been enough time for him to have got someone up there. I mean, Oba is going to be a Triple H guy, isn't he? Oba, when Oba gets there, he'll be a Triple H guy. When Bron Breakker gets there, he'll be a Triple H guy. Gunther, I think, is a Triple H guy. I think if you look where Gunther is now, having retired Goldberg, Cena, AJ Styles, I don't think we can make the argument that he's at the same level he was when Vince was around a few years ago. So you couldn't really give him Gunther. You couldn't give Vince Gunther. So who have we got? Bron Breakker, Oba, Gunther, Cody. I could understand if people didn't want to give him Cody. Jey Uso. Again, some might say, well, you can't have Jey. He was already in the Usos, but I don't know. Jey Uso as a single star is Triple H. Jey Uso winning a Rumble and winning a world title is Triple H. But again, the kickback would be, well, that didn't work. Jade, he got to a world title, but she hasn't really worked. Stephanie, if that works, will be Triple H. If Stephanie Vaquer works. Jade has got there, but I don't think we can say she was a success. Liv Morgan's interesting because Liv Morgan was not over until he made her heel and did the whole revenge tour. That was what, 2024? That was under Triple H. The Liv Morgan revenge tour where she goes after Rhea. So I mean, he's helped her get to a different level. I think the names that are going to really be like, yes, no, definitely them. I think we're seeing them now. The Trick Williams, the Oba Femis, those names are the names that I think will go, yeah, okay, fair play. From start to finish, that was Triple H. But I think at the moment, there's probably not loads of names because some of them, some people would credit to Vince. and saying, no, you know, Gunther started under Vince. So there's probably just not been really enough time. But they'll get there. You know, your Bron Breakers will get there. Your Obers will get there. Your Tricks are going to get there. Your Jacobs. Your Jacobs going to get there. Stephanie. Maybe Julia. EO. EO is really interesting because Triple H's first show was SummerSlam 2022. That was the first show he takes over. Now, we know Vince is still lurking, but Triple H obviously brings Dakota Kai back, calls up EO, puts them with Bayley, and Triple H creates Damage Control. That is definitely Triple H's baby. That's not Vince. That's Triple H. Because Dakota Kai was out of the company, I don't think Vince would have brought Dakota Kai back. So, EO gets called up from NXT by Triple H. Where EO is now, that's Triple H. So, I don't think you can credit him with Rhea. Rhea was already a star by the time he took over in 2022. She's bigger now, but you kind of have to expect that, don't you? As the careers go by, chances are, as long as you book them well, they're going to get bigger. But he's done well with Rhea. He's done well with Rhea. He's done well with EO. He's done well with Cody up until WrestleMania 40. Ober's going to be a star. Yeah, there's a few. But I think he needs more time, to be honest, if we're going to really sit here and list out names, you know. Big Time said, I would have called up Tony Stacks with manager Riz, who's in the group, has benefited from the split. I would have called up Tony, Stacks, and Riz, who in that group has benefited from the split. Well, Tony's benefited. Riz has been out injured, so there's not much we can criticise there. And Stacks, yeah. I mean, Stacks has just got lost in birthright, hasn't he? So, I mean, we can say it's a mixed bag. We can say that Luca got released. Stacks went to birthright and is kind of just, you know, spinning his wheels at the moment. So those two have been, obviously, Luca, the biggest disappointment at getting released. Stacks going into birthright, which hasn't quite worked yet. Might work, but at the moment it hasn't. Riz got injured. She's out for about 12 months. Long time. She's just launched a swimwear thing with Jasmine Nix. And then number one, Tony, who's got to the NXT title. Does feel a little bit flat though, that at the moment. But I don't know that keeping them together was gonna fix it. There must have been a feeling that they'd done everything they could do. There must have been a feeling that they were like just running out of ideas to do with that group, and it was going to be better to kind of try something different. Whether that was the right call or not, I'm not sure. I don't know. But yeah, I'd say it's been a mixed bag since the group all split up. Miss Dal Jr. said, in your opinion, do we think Ruthless Aggression is better than Attitude Era, and why? Says Mr. Dal Jr. I think that... No, I think that it's Attitude Era. I mean, to be honest, my mind can sort of change on that, because if you think about like Rey Mysterio and Edge and Cena and what we were doing over on SmackDown, Eddie Guerrero, I mean, there was some fantastic wrestling that came out of the Ruthless Aggression era, and we still had the fumes of the Attitude Era around. So, you know, there was still some Attitude Era type stuff, but it had, I'd say, some better wrestling, actually. I think you could make an argument there are better matches in Ruthless Aggression compared to the Attitude Era. I think the Attitude Era has probably got the more shocking moments and probably feels a little bit more faster in its pace and probably feels a little bit more unmissable as a product. You know, like, oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen tonight. And you tune in and it's like crazy, right? In regards to Ruthless Aggression, I'd say that the pace slowed. I would say that there was some real missteps in Ruthless Aggression. Things like Muhammad Hassan, stuff like that, right? I feel like Festus and whatnot. There's probably some stuff in there that is throwaway, but I think the wrestling is probably a bit better than Attitude Era. So I think there's pros and cons to both. I think that sometimes I change my mind depending on what I've kind of been watching, but I think that you tend to find more people that go back and idolize the Attitude Era than idolize Ruthless Aggression. Ruthless Aggression, what I do love, though, is I do love where The Undertaker was. I wasn't a fan of Ministry of Darkness. I thought American Badass was okay. I thought it was different, and at the time I was kind of like... To be honest, at the time I was a bit disappointed No More Dead Man. Obviously, I'm okay now that we know we do go back to it. But at the time, I didn't know if we were ever going to go back to it. At the time, I didn't know if that was it. This is now just The Undertaker. It's just a guy. And I must admit, I was not... It was fine. He was doing some fun stuff. I mean, I enjoyed his feuds with, like, Triple H was good. As we were heading towards WrestleMania 17. I enjoyed, like, his feuds with Triple H, and he had some good stories, but I was a bit worried, that we were never going to get back to Deadman, but of course we do at WrestleMania 20. So I would say that, like, Ruthless Aggression, we have Shawn come back, which is brilliant. My favourite era of Shawn is when he comes back after Attitude Era. We obviously get that class from OVW. We get the likes of Brock and Batista, and we get John Cena, and we get Randy Orton, and we get all of those hit him. So, I mean, there is a lot of good stuff for Ruthless Aggression. And I do think the matches are better matches. But I think if you look back at that time period, it's hard to not think of the beer truck, isn't it? It's hard to not think of those big moments that kind of go down in the Attitude Era, you know, the whole Austin McMahon stuff with McMahon being stunned and JR losing his mind, or, you know, the kind of Mick Foley being chucked off Hell in a Cell, which was at one point the most watched match on the WWE network, because, like, as soon as you got the network, you wanted to maybe show your partner or show some friends, come round, we'll fire it up. First match a lot of people went to was 1998, King of the Ring, and the Hell in a Cell. And they just watched Mick Foley and Undertaker. So, yeah, I think I would say, like, Attitude Era is probably the one that most people are going to go to, but Ruthless Aggression has got some great matches in it. The Monday Night Wars was the best, said Glock Ness. Just switching between Nitro and Raw to see what each other were going to do to one-up the other. It was a really good time. Ruthless Aggression doesn't compare to Attitude Era. Are you delusional, said Movesets. Attitude Era is... It saved WWE. Nothing comes close, said Flame Fist. I would say Ruthless Aggression, Golden Era, and then Modern Era. In your opinion, does Josh Briggs have something to offer in NXT? Yeah, I think so. Ian, I mean, obviously I'd want to be working with him and, you know, kind of seeing what more you can get out of him. I think what he needs is to turn the charisma up. He needs a bit more in the way of a personality. I do find him to be a little stiff at times, but there's a good size to him. And I've seen him have some good matches as well. I mean, it's annoying because you see these glimpses of potential of someone really good, but then he just kind of gets in there and most of the times doesn't phone it in, but just doesn't stand out. And, you know, big boots and the usual stuff like that. But, I mean, his match with Inamura, I really enjoyed. Like, that feud was a good feud for him. And we gave him like some character work. I would like to see him in another story like that. So he was in a story with Inamura where they were tag partners, and their relationship fell apart, and they ended up having a match, and it was really, really good. And the match that they had was like had tables in, and I think it was like anything goes type thing, a street fight type thing. But it was good. It had some good spots in it. It was probably the most engaging Briggs match I've seen, and I think he's got a good size to him. I like how big he is. He's deceptively big. You don't really think about how big he is until you see him in there. I think he's bigger than Oba. He's either Oba's height or is a bit bigger than Oba. Like, he's seriously big. He's not Omos big, but he's one of the biggest we've got in NXT. So I think there's the raw ingredient, and then you see flickers of him in like the Inamura feuds where he's getting his teeth into a story. But I think what you don't have is you don't have someone that's going to go out there and set the world on fire with a promo, someone that's going to really tear into someone and really make you laugh, and kind of that sort of CM Punk promo where you can throw in some witty lines and work the crowd and just bring everyone along for the journey. He doesn't seem to have that. He just kind of goes out and delivers the bare basics, really. His delivery is okay, but it's nothing memorable. I can't tell you any great Josh Briggs promos. And then, as I said, in regards to his matches, it's just a lot of like 3-star type stuff. 3, 2, 5. It's fine. Big boots, clotheslines, slams. But when do you see him like down, really struggling? But then, when do they give him that opportunity? But they'll give you the opportunity if they believe you will deliver. If you're not getting the opportunity, that would say to me that they're not blown away by what they're seeing at the Performance Center. So I think there's something there. I think, though, that we could also have reached a ceiling. That would be my honest concern, would be that we've reached a point where we just might not be able to get past it. This might be really as good as we're going to get. And, those great promos are just not there. And, the kind of putting all the pieces together in the ring where, you're digging deep and you're kind of against the ropes trying to, desperately get yourself back up, like really performing the match and making people feel connected with it. I don't know. I can't give you a list of where I've seen him doing all of those kinds of things. So I like him, though, and I really do want it to work. I think he's got a good size, and I've seen glimpses. So, yeah, he's someone that I think they want it to work as well. I mean, he's been in developmental quite a while, so I think they like him as well. But I don't know that I can tell you that he's any further along than he was this time last year. I don't know that I can tell you that there's like a great increase in the ability, But this is why it's fun to watch NXT, so that you can look out for these things. I think Nikkita Lyons has really come on. I think her work is so much better since she's been regularly working in Evolve. I still find her character very, very frustrating, but you're meant to because she's a heel. So, yeah, I do find her work very, very frustrating. But as I said, I think she's someone that you can see improvement with. Gig Boss Man said the new guy from Japan, Attitude Era for the win. Yeah, we do have the new guy tonight, Evil. So it's Naraku, or however you pronounce the name. He is going to be on the show tonight in his debut. Don't know who he's wrestling against. Not sure who is facing. But yeah, should be good. That's going to be really interesting to see how he looks in a WWE ring. What have they, who have they given him as an opponent? How long's he got? What kind of things do they want to showcase? I mean, wow. Imagine Evil's working. I'd love to see Evil and Shawn Michaels having a conversation. That is just a clash of cultures that my brain can't even comprehend. I just can't comprehend, like, Evil and Shawn Michaels having a conversation about wrestling, but it's going to have happened. That's some behind the scenes footage I would love to see, actually. So yeah, very excited for that gig boss man. I like the name. Shout out to you. Wrestle with Andy said Daze Cody is top 10 all time in my opinion. His main evented Mania 4 times in a row. Only one of a few people to have been the face of WWE. Okay. Yeah. Fair play. Shining Wizard said they've tried all sorts to get Briggs over. He's probably had more chances than he deserves. The crowd in the PC boo him with go away heat, said Shining Wizards. Well, that where do you draw the line? I mean, I like him. I like his size. I think there is something there. I think that his wrestling is fine. I don't find his matches to be bad. I think they are fine. They don't set the world on fire. And so it comes back to, have we reached the ceiling, you know? I suppose it's the age-old question, isn't it? How many opportunities, how much opportunity do you give people? And certainly if you've got someone the size of Josh Briggs, I mean, if he can make it work, you've got a serious player there. Do you just cut your losses and go, nope, this isn't going to work? Or do you... I think, you know, it'd be very interesting to know if they set specifics. They must be looking for certain things. I obviously can't say what they're looking for because I'm not there when he's trained. But they must be looking for certain things. And then it's a case of, can he show those things in a match? If he does, we keep moving forward. If he doesn't, well then, do you give him another week or so? And then eventually he does. And you know what I mean? Like, kind of, you keep working at that. I would love to know more about how it's structured. I'd love to know more about how it's all put together. But, yeah, don't know. That side of it has always been quite secretive. The training process, how they structure the training at the performance center. I'd love to know what sort of plans. I mean, does everyone have their own sort of personal development plan? I suppose that's what I'm saying. Does Josh Briggs have his own personal development plan where he has his in-ring scored, his promos scored, and they tell him the areas that they want him to work on and improve? You would imagine something like that does happen at the Performance Center. I would imagine something like that happens at the Performance Center. But I can't give you any specifics of that because, as I said, that whole world is actually quite secretive. Big Time said with Julia, they had her against Zelina, Michin, BFAB, Albert, and Chelsea, all of which are baby faces and heels getting no reaction. How do we get Julia over if the crowds don't care for the opponents? Well, first thing I would say is I don't think it massively matters when it comes to wrestlers like Albert, BFAB, Michin, Zelina. I don't think you're going to worry too much about the reactions from those. Sometimes you just want to get Julia on TV. You just want to give her some experience. Just want to give her a run out. Just want to get her used to a crowd. Just want to, you know, keep her on the mind of people. I mean, sometimes it can just be that, really. I mean, we've said before that you've got an issue with the women's mid-cards because we put so much kind of high name value into the tag division with Rio and Lyra and Bailey, and you had Nia with Lash, and we did Charlotte and Alexa. You know, we put a lot in the tag division. It kind of meant that all you had left was your Ivy Niles, your Alba Fires, your B-Fabs, right? So if I'm Triple H, I sort of know that I'm not going to get the crowd going crazy if I do Julia versus BFAB. The only thing I can sort of hope is that Julia can put on as great a match as possible so that she can, you know, make people go, damn, she's good, actually. That was really good, you know? So I would say that in that regard, she's probably not been succeeding with that, Julia. Like, I don't think her matches have been that special. So I might be a little disappointed at that if I'm Triple H, the match quality has not been a little better. I mean, yeah, it's hard. If you're Julia, you've got to step in there and put on a great match, showcase yourself, really make people pay attention. And if you don't have like really eye-catching moves, it's going to be a bit harder to do that. I think she's still got some good stuff, but you know, you could put EO in there with BFAB and she can do the emote, she can do the the backflips and all that sort of stuff. Don't forget Tiffany was doing that as well, where she was doing like cartwheels and all this stuff and getting people's attention in the early stages. I don't really associate all of those kind of gymnastics with Julia, and I certainly don't think that you should have to do gymnastics to get people on side. I think that would be a bit scary to say that you've got to do Cirque du Soleil to kind of grab attention, right? But equally, if you don't have that, what do you have? And how are you going to get attention, right? What are your strengths? What do you bring? And to be honest with you, I think with Julia, I think for me, she is a really great wrestler, someone that can hold her end of the bargain. But I think she is someone that needs someone equal to her to be standing across the ring. I no offense to Julia, but if you put her in there with a BFAB, I wouldn't expect the match to be a banger. I think she's someone that, you know, you put her in there with an EO, I think it's going to be a really great match. Because EO is going to shine and Julia can hold her own. Julia can wrestle. She's not going to do like crazy eye-catching stuff. She can do a couple of things. But like where EO can do the eye-catching bits, you know, Julia can then grab an arm and, you know, get into some actual wrestling and do some good work and, you know, talk to the crowd and fill in the blanks. So for me, Julia is someone that shines when she's in there with someone of a high quality. But if you put her in there with someone of a low quality, the match is just going to be a bit dead and it's just not going to really deliver. I don't know how Triple H sees her. Obviously, it'd be good if the matches had been better, but I wouldn't be too worried because in my mind, give her wins, build her up, get the commentators talking about how she's unbeaten or she's on a win run or whatever it might be. Big her up, promote her, however you want. And then a big name's going to come along. A big match for her will come along. It might be at a PLE. And then hopefully that's where she shines. That's where we do Becky versus Julia. And Julia looks amazing. I'd have no problem with that match, actually. If Julia was a face, because she makes a lot more sense as a face to me. The heel thing doesn't make it much sense. So to me, she makes more sense as a face. The beautiful madness, kind of making her way down to the ring. Imagine her against Becky. I mean, that could be great. Imagine her against heel Charlotte. That would have been great as well. You know, Charlotte can be doing her kind of moonsault to the outside and all of that. And Julia she works at a good pace as well. So she can like keep things going and look good in moments. And she's got a few nice little spots. So yeah, I think that she is going to be fine. I wouldn't worry about it. The only problem you've got is it's not great for that segment. It's not great for SmackDown. It's not great for when she's having a match and the crowd just don't really care. But you put her in there with a better opponent and she'll look good. It's going to get better because, you know, we're starting to bring through some really good women. I mean, Michin is not bad. Alba Fire was not bad, but they just seemed to be very handcuffed, didn't they? Like, Alba Fire didn't seem to be able to show what she could do because she had to be the secret Hervis Alba Fire. She needed to be Slagent A rather than, you know, Kaylee Ray. She couldn't be Kaylee Ray. Yeah, and you're a lot more handcuffed. Kind of feels like you're not allowed to really show what you can do. You've just got to play the role. And that's annoying, you know. BFAB, I don't think should be on the main roster. I have no idea why she's on the main roster. I don't know how BFAB's up there. Yet, you know, Lola Vice, Kelani Jordan, Zaria. I mean, you could swap all of those with BFAB and they would do a better job. So I don't know what the hell's going on there. It's the same in Maxine. How did Maxine and BFAB get to the main roster? yet we've got all these women in NXT that are clearly better, you know? So she'll be fine long term. She'll be fine. She just needs to get into a good feuds. She just needs to get her teeth into summer. I'm hoping that this split with Kiana is going to really result in, you know, something positive for her. So we keep saying they need a draft because they need a draft, and I don't know when a draft is coming. Shining Wizard said, I just think they brought Julia up too soon. Her in-ring and is great, but she needed more time to work on character and promo. I'm not down on that as a take, honestly. I think they did move her very quickly. I think they did. She has got a good look. Her in-ring work is good. Promo is going to be a struggle. Her English is a bit of a struggle. But, yeah, I'm not down on that. They did move quite quickly with her to the main roster. Did we notice Maxine was with Theory in the car? We did, yes. Flamefist said, maybe we should try getting in front of thousands of fans and performing and taking bumps. It's easier said than done, says Flamefist. It is true. It is a massive change. This is why those things don't bother me. Like, when people are like, oh, what's going on with this person? What's going on with that person? It's like, mentally, I give them 6 months, 12 months to, you know, just get used to being on the main roster. Because we don't have the house shows. It's so different now. I mean, before it was a case that they were in front of thousands of people on a nightly basis because they were doing house shows as well. And they were working on stuff and improving. And, you know, Shawn Michaels was saying that he used to do, you know, like 100-odd matches in a 3-month period. Whereas now there's people that don't even get that in 12 months. So what he was working on and learning in, you know, a few months, people don't even get that in a year. And that has really slowed the development down of people. I think there's a lot of people that are still benchmarking where we are now to where we were. But we're in a different place now. Things have got to be slower now. And people are going to have to be a bit more patient now. Because they're not getting the reps. They're not getting the experience. It is a genuine problem. Like, this isn't just, oh, it's a problem. Let's say it's a problem, but we won't think about it. This is an actual problem that's actually causing slower developments. And so I think we're at a point where, like, they do seriously need to look to increase those, but they don't want to because they don't make money. Simple as that. They don't make money. House shows just did not make them any money. You might be able to run like Madison Square Garden and make something there, but you can't really be doing that on a regular basis. You might be able to go like more than they are, get another one in maybe, but that's for them to figure out. Perhaps we could do more international tours. Perhaps that would be good. But again, where would you go that you're not already going that you could make money? So I'm sure there's people looking into all of this. Obviously, they're looking at like South America and they're doing stuff there which we've not done before. You can go to places like India, whatever, but I don't think there's much money to be made there. You know, the average income in India is not that high. So unless you're going to attract big, wealthy Indian families, I think that's always been a bit of a barrier, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to get around it. But I do think there needs to be a bit more patience. But you're not going to get that. People just want these big names to come from NXT and just win belts like immediately and dominate. And I saw people saying that like Sol Ruka should have beaten Io, and I don't really understand that. I mean, Io to me is like the best in-ring performer we've got. She's like top of the tree. She's amazing. She's about as good as it gets. I mean, she had wars with Rhea. And it's like, why would Sol Ruka come up and, like, week 2 beat Io Sky clean in a match? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why is it that we have to move so quickly with these people? Like, to me, I don't mind Javon losing to Rusev. I mean, I feel like Javon's a kid. that's just come from NXT? Has he got an exciting future? Yes. If he lost to Rusev, would he still have an exciting future? Yes, of course he would. I don't really understand this. Everyone that comes from NXT has got to be unbeatable on the main roster and just win all these matches. And just, I don't know. Like, the main roster is meant to be the best of the best. It's meant to be where, do you know what I mean? It's a serious step up. And so, if you come from NXT, I mean, Sol Ruka wasn't even the flipping women's champion in NXT. Neither was Javon. But, like, now they're meant to apparently run wild on the main roster. Perhaps it's because we've just gone so quick with the likes of Stephanie, and Trick Williams has got to a belt really quick, and Oba's undefeated. Perhaps we've kind of sent the message that it can be done. And so people are like, well, we should do that with Sol Ruka. We should do that with everybody. I'm like, nah. This is, it's meant to be hard. Like, this is meant to be a journey. It's meant to be that you have to overcome obstacles. If you just win all your matches, it's going to be rubbish, isn't it? So, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm on a different wavelength to a lot of other people. I think, like, when you hit the main roster, you are in the absolute deep end. And really, it should be hard. It should not be easy. Everyone is fighting for wins. Everyone is trying to get victories. Everyone is trying to make a name for themselves. And really, if you've just come from NXT, you're fresh meat. You should be amongst the easiest to beat, because the lights should be real bright. The crowd should be real loud. Everything should be, do you know what I mean, quite intimidating. I mean, do you want to face someone that's got loads of experience, or do you want to face some kid that's just come from NXT? I mean, chances are the NXT fresh meat should be there for the taking. So, for me, I like it to be hard. I actually enjoyed the fact that Sol Ruka didn't get the win. I thought Javon should have lost. And you don't want to keep losing where they get buried. Of course, they're going to need to get some wins and whatever. But it's going to be a lot more satisfying when they start to work it out and they start to get some wins. And all of a sudden, those wins, they're going to feel like they matter a lot more. Like, you don't just win, you earn the win. And that seems to be getting a bit lost in this generation. A part of me wonders if it's because of the fact that we're living in a generation where attention spans are a bit shorter now, right? I'm not being disrespectful. I think it's genuinely accepted that attention spans are a bit shorter, you know, short form entertainment, TikTok, stuff like that. You know, people just don't have the patience. They don't have the time for, you know, really digging into something quite satisfying. But for me, like, wrestling is at its best when there is a story and there are obstacles that you have to overcome, and it's a battle, you know, and you've really got to grind, and every win matters, and, you know, you're gonna lose. The losses are losses. It just means you didn't advance on that day. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going backwards. It just means you didn't move forwards. And so, you know, I'll get it next time. And then the next time the match comes, like, are you going to win this one? Is this the day where you're going to get the win? And if you do, if Sol Ruka wins next time, she should be thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. Like, it means a lot. To get a win on Raw, that's massive for me. I've literally only been here a couple of weeks. I've got, like, Becky breathing down my neck. I need to make sure I give her a really great match. And, I've been struggling to kind of put it together and work it out. But, this win today, it means so much. Like, this is going to give me so much confidence as I move forward. And I just think, like, that to me is so much better, so much more satisfying if, like, you've got superstars that are kind of really, you know, taking even, like, wins on a Raw against a random opponent, like, they matter. If you just have people winning all the time, I just don't get it. I don't understand how that's meant to be good. It's just, another win for them, you know. But hey ho, obviously everyone's got their own different way of doing things, but yeah, I do find a lot of this conversation to be a bit stupid, to be honest, about like how we're burying people that have only been around for like 6 months or whatever, because we haven't put belts on them and stuff like this. Let them get acclimatized. Let them get used to being on this roster. Understand the process is going to be slower because they're not doing as many house shows. Understand that in the grand scheme of things, they're meant to be at the bottom rung. This is meant to be them starting again. They are little fish in a big, big pond. And so, you know, pretty much every match they have should be a challenge unless they're facing B-Fab or Maxine Dupree or Akira Tozawa. I would expect them to get wins against those people. But, I don't know, Javon against Rusev. Kind of would have expected Rusev to have got the win, actually. And Sol Ruka versus Io. Are you joking me? There's people out there actually saying, like, it's a disgrace that Sol Ruka lost clean to Io. What? I don't even know what planet I'm on. I think people have lost their goddamn minds. But again, it's subjective, you know. There's Sol Ruka fans out there that just, if she ain't going to win, they ain't going to be happy. And, you know, it could have just been that. But I would like to think that common sense can prevail and people can understand that it's, you know, it's not meant to be easy if you just get called up from NXT. It's meant to be hard, you know. It's just Oba makes it look easy. Ian said, Raw has Judgment Day. If we'd built a faction with the SmackDown roster, who would we use? We've got Fatal Influence, but we need a 5+ mixed person faction. Well, we had some, didn't we? I mean, we had the MFTs and we had the Wyatt 6. So, I mean, we had some factions that were already around. If you're, like, talking about now, then let's just have a look, see who's on SmackDown. What time have we got? We've got 25 minutes. If we was going to build a faction, what are we looking for? We're looking for... I wouldn't want it to all be guys. I would want to give some sort of opportunity as well. So it might be that there's someone struggling a little bit. And as I said, I wouldn't want it to be all guys. Okay, so first name that comes to mind is Blake Monroe. She's on screen in front of me, and we sort of started putting her into a faction with Vanity Project in NXT. And I was actually really interested in that because I think she is someone that could be quite good in a faction. You know, she's got this kind of gimmick of being the glamour. And I think it works if there's some people that sort of idolize her, you know, kind of they're not willing to let anyone kind of chat her up or anything like that. They're there to, like, not worship her, but just they're there at her beck and call, you know. I think she needs some people with her, even if it's not her being in a men's faction and she's just got a couple of girls with her. I think that would be good. Blake Monroe with people, I think, makes more sense than Blake Monroe on her own. So she, I think, would be quite good. But then that kind of dictates the kind of people that you're going to put into a group with her. Then you need to figure out who is going to want to hang with Blake Monroe, and that does take you into an interesting direction. Oh, we haven't got loads of options. I think... I'm wondering if you do Candice and Johnny. Johnny would be with Candice. Candice could get irritated with Blake. Blake could love Candice. Come on, Candy. Let's go shopping. And Candice can be like, I don't want to. And she could get dragged off, right? That'd bring some comedy into it. I could see Blake and Candice but working well together, Blake being the glamorous. She could give Candice a bit of a makeover as well. Try and make her a bit more glamorous. And then you could have, like, Candice getting all dressed up and everything. That could be funny. And then you'd have Johnny going, what the hell? What's this? What the hell's happened to you? So Blake, Candice, and Johnny, I'm down for that. I think we need someone, though, that really gets Blake, that's a male, that's going to be there to sort of support her and be like, yeah. So we need a bit of a... Oh, that's going to be hard, isn't it? We need a bit of a person that can side with Blake. But I haven't really got anyone. Wouldn't be Elia. Wouldn't be Jacob or Drew or Damien. Wouldn't be Carmelo. I wonder if you'd have to use someone like Berto. I wonder if you'd have to use someone like that or Angel. I like Candice with Blake. I think there's fun there. Johnny being with them, down with that. I think we need someone that really likes Blake. That's my girl kind of a thing. I wonder if Theory could come into this, but then you're just recreating the way, aren't you? That's the only problem with that. You are just getting very dangerously close to recreating the way. But you can see why Theory works so well in that position. I tell you what, if Matt Cardona was single, he would be quite good. Because I could see him sort of like being smitten a little bit with Blake. I could see that. I wonder if there's anyone we can steal from Raw. Yeah, Theory would fit well. What about Waller? Waller would be interesting. Grayson Waller would be quite good in that role. I'd put Waller down. I don't know that technically he's on SmackDown, but I'd have to go and borrow him. So we've got Johnny Candice, Grayson Waller, Blake Monroe, and then I think you need someone with some size. I think you need the muscle then. You need the badass. You need someone that's got some size to be in that group. So who could that be? Who could that be? Otis. Otis. Don't know. He's a bit comedy, isn't he? I think I was looking for more like a Keanu Carver type person. Yeah, I'm actually not down on this. I really like the Candice Blake dynamic, and I can see so much fun there. I like Johnny. Obviously, he's with Candice. It makes total sense. Then you want someone that kind of really likes Blake and loves having her around and everything, and is a bit smitten with her, but doesn't like try and hit on her or anything, but is very protective. I think Grayson Waller could be that person. I think Grayson Waller could be that person. And then you haven't really got anyone that's got size. You haven't really got anyone that's got muscle. You haven't really got anyone that's going to be the enforcer. That would be the position to fill. And again, I just don't know that we've really got anyone that's got that on the SmackDown roster. A Keanu Carver would be the kind of person I'd be thinking of. A Keanu Carver would be good in that position. Ethan Page would also be good instead of Grayson Waller. He would also fit the bill. Rusev, no. Don't feel Rusev is right. Blake with Jordan Grace. Yeah. Penta. Don't think he's got the size either. Right. Gunther. Ugh. I can't imagine Gunther tolerating any of this nonsense. This would be like the way, wouldn't it? It'd be like a comedic group. That's kind of how it's shaped up. So, yeah. Don't know. You might have to start calling someone up from NXT. Kit Wilson could be in there instead of Grayson as well. Kit could be in that group. I could see him sort of being like idolizing Blake, whatever. Tricky. Gunther would tap out. Josh Briggs. Josh Briggs is not a bad shout. Because you don't need someone that's going to talk too much. You just need someone that wants to fight. What that role would be, I'm not interested in this nonsense. Can we go out there and get the job done? The humor would come from Blake and Candice. That would be where the humor would come from. You could do the big guy with Grayson or the big guy with Johnny as a tag team. One of the others could go... I mean, Johnny could go after a mid-card belt. That would be fine. Grayson and Josh could go after tag titles. The two girls could go after tag titles. Yeah, I think Josh Briggs is a great shout, actually. Gunther is too far above this. And he's not messing around. He doesn't need it, does he? Gunther's retired, Cena and all. He doesn't need to be messing around with Johnny and Candice and Blake. But like Josh Briggs just coming up from NXT, that would actually be... And also, because of his limitations, putting him in a group like that would be quite good. I think that is sort of like the way, isn't it? It's not too dissimilar to Indy Hartwell, Theory, Johnny, and Candice. It's not too dissimilar. But it's a little bit different. But that could be fun. Like, you could easily see where you could generate some fun with these things. Imagine Candice going round Blake Monroe's house for a girls' night, you know? That could be fun. And Blake taking Candice shopping. That could be fun. Johnny, like, just absolutely bemused by the flipping results. And all the while that this is going on, you got Josh Briggs just wanting to smash people. Josh Briggs could even be starting fights, going off and just beating people up backstage. And you've got Johnny kind of like... It got Candice situation over here, a Josh Briggs out of control situation over there, and he's kind of like torn in the middle. All of this would be so much better than him just planking right now, wouldn't it? All of it would be so much better. What about Ricky, said Jono? Well, Ricky would be brilliant in that Grayson role. Yes, that's a great shout. I could see Ricky being in that group instead of Grayson Waller. I think you've got to keep Johnny because he's in a relationship with Candice. I really like the Josh Briggs thing. I think that fits so well. And I really like him just going off, causing problems. And just, I'm not here for this, right? I'm only with you guys because you're helping me figure out how this place works till I'm going to break free of this group, right? I mean, he likes them and he'll protect them. But, you know, his main goal is hurting people. So... I think there's a purpose for Briggs. There's a purpose for Johnny. I absolutely love the Candice-Blake pairing. And it's that person in the middle, isn't it, that you said can change. Grayson can change over. Ricky, I think, is a brilliant shout. I think Ricky in that would be brilliant. Because Blake's all about her look. Blake's all about being, like, glamour. And Ricky is all about his look. So, and then you've got Johnny and Candice that don't really care about their looks. You know, they're not like, you know, they're just a lovely couple. They've got kids. They're just, you know what I mean? Just trying to get through the day, really. But yeah, you've got Ricky like looking amazing and you've got Blake looking amazing. Really, it should be Ricky and Blake that kind of go off together shopping and doing stuff. But it's Candice that gets dragged along for girl nights and... It's just not her thing, but she's got to do it. I think that could be really entertaining. And actually, imagine Johnny Gargano and Ricky Saints teaming. Imagine if we did them two. I really like that. I think you guys have cracked it. I think you've cracked it. I think that's a great group. I think Josh Briggs, Ricky Saints, Johnny Gargano, Candice, Blake Monroe. I think you could have a lot of fun with that group. I think all the elements there. And the thing as well is that Briggs is not being put up there and exposed. He's bringing size and he's bringing muscle. And hopefully you can make him look like a wrecking ball. You know, hopefully you can make him look like a badass. And it doesn't really matter that, like, singles match-wise, it's not the most exciting thing in the world. Promo-wise, it's not the most exciting thing in the world. All of that is sort of covered by the fact all you've got to do is the stuff you're good at. Just go and murk some people and give Johnny some problems that he's got to deal with. Ricky doesn't care. Yeah, he's just constantly like doing his hair. Yeah, we'll deal with whatever the problem is later. Blake's off with Candy. Oh, I like it a lot, actually. I think that's really good. What about Chelsea and Matt joining together? Chelsea and Blake would be a great tag team and eventual rivals. Chelsea and Blake. The only thing I would say is they might be a bit too similar. I agree with you, but I think what I like about the Candice Blake dynamic is I don't think Candice wants to go shopping. I don't think she wants sleepovers. And the humour comes from seeing someone being made to do things they don't want to do. The thing with Chelsea is she wants to do all of that. So Blake and Chelsea would be as thick as thieves. They would absolutely love doing that stuff together. So then I suppose the question is, where would the humour come from? Because no one's suffering. You want to see someone being made to do stuff they really don't want to do. That's where the humour comes from. But as a pairing of like two people with similar interests as a tag team, completely agree with you. I think, you know, they would work well together, you know. I think they would be like very, very similar and they'd have the same interests. I suppose in a way they would be the modern day Earthquake Typhoon, because Earthquake and Typhoon had the same interests, and that was eating and putting weight on and being big. That's what they shared. Only when it came to Chelsea and Blake, their interests are not eating and getting big. It would be shopping and sleepovers and the bubble baths and the colour pink. Those would be the shared interests they would have. So, yeah, I'd be down to give it a run, give it a go, and see what it looked like. It's interesting though, isn't it? Because when this question came up, I was like, okay, let's answer this and, you know, move on to something else. But actually, when you dig into it, you're starting to look at like the dynamics of a group, and you're starting to look at like what does the group need, and you know, right, we need a big guy, we need comedy in there, we need some proper wrestling. I mean, we are ticking all the boxes actually. I mean, Johnny can go, he can wrestle, so you know, we got a great wrestler there. Ricky Saints is absolutely fine. I mean, he's no slouch. Briggs in a team, fine. Yeah, tag team might be a good thing for him. And as the muscle of the group, makes a lot of sense. I like all of that. I like how Ricky joins up with Blake and they're both into their looks. I like how Candice, at some point, I can't keep going on. I can't keep doing this. And Johnny will be like, you've got to. You know, we're winning. Things are so good for us right now. And she's like, I can't do another tea evening. I can't. You've got to, Candice. Oh my God, Bucket. I'm here for it. Yes. Guys, we are officially better than the WWE creative team, right? We are officially better than the WWE creative team. But we might not be better than the NXT creative team because hopefully they have got something very good cooked up for us tonight. Right. Steve said, could you imagine that creative pitch meeting for Johnny? We don't know what to do with you right now. So for the next few months, we're just going to have you be non-responsive and a plank. I know. There is a lot of people saying, like, is his contract coming to an end and we're just trying to find a way of getting rid of him? Like, something like this. Like, is it that we're just seeing that out? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, if he was doing that, I don't know why you would have him on TV at all. Part of me thinks that they were working towards something and then the TKO budget cut hits and now we've gone down a different path. That's what I think has happened. Because we were teasing something with Alex Shelley. Do you remember there was a whole Motor City Machine Guns type story that was happening where Alex Shelley seemed to kind of take a bit of a shine to, you know, coming back and helping Johnny. I mean, I don't think you start that and then just cut. I think the budget cut from TKO kind of got dropped on them. I really do. I think it was the case of, right, guys, we're past WrestleMania. We've reviewed the budget. We need you to save X amount, right? And I think it got dropped on them. And I think this is why we were in the middle of a Kyrie story. And I think that this is why we were doing something with Johnny. And we were doing something with Motor City. And it got dropped on them. And then, of course, Triple H has got to make, and Nick Khan has got to make some tricky decisions, haven't they? Who do you want to keep? Who have you got plans for? Who can you afford to lose? And you're going to have to lose some people because you're calling up NXT people. And so who are you going to lose? If you're going to call up Fatal Influence, who are you going to lose? And so, I think they had to sit down and work this out. I don't think they knew this was coming at the time that it arrived. Otherwise, the question would be, why would you use Kyrie so prominently? Why would you have Alex Shelley teasing a split from Chris Sabin and going off with Johnny? Why would you do that? Why would you bother using Tyra May Steele on Evolve if you know that you're about to cut her, So I think it did kind of come out of the blue. Did we notice Johnny and Sammy had a moment? Will it mean that we get something? Well, I'd be down to get something. Yeah, there was a little moment between them. They could be fun as a tag team for a little bit. I mean, I don't know what else you do with Sammy. I mean, certainly if you're going to keep him as a babyface, perhaps you could just move him to the tag division with Johnny. Perhaps you could get something out of that. But I don't know. There's maybe just as good a chance he turns heel. I tell you what, heel Sammy against babyface Johnny. Sign me up for that. There's a lot of really good options on the table because we've got a lot of really good talent. So there's actually a lot of really good stuff you can do. You can create some fun groups and you can come up with some really fun feuds or matches that we might not have really considered. There is a lot of options on the table, but it's just, which way are they going to go? What are they going to do with Sammy? Does he stay babyface or is he going to go heel? Okay, let's get NXT lined up so we definitely don't miss anything. There it is. Yes, kings and queens. Boom. Okay, let's get into some thoughts. Matteo, shout out to you, buds. Okay, I've got a few super chats I need to get to. Jared said, Daze, SmackDown Hotel have got Jacob as a heel. However, I think they're both seen as being good and bad guys in the story. What do you think? I wouldn't really use SmackDown Hotel, to be honest with you. I think it's a good source, but it's not like my go-to for... I mean, I watch the shows. Do you know what I mean? It's not like they're going to tell me who a face or a heel is. Irrelevant to me. I think that for me, Jacob is a babyface. He's a babyface because you can sort of... There's questions about his family and if they're broke. I think people can understand getting the belt gives you money. And it seems like he needs money for the family, right? He's been talking about how Roman hasn't been helping him and he's broke and all this kind of stuff, right? And he's just coming to improve the lives of his family. I think people can understand that. I think people can understand that this is not personal. It might have become personal now, but it wasn't when it started. And, he's all gas, no brakes. He's looking to get that belt. And the Tongan Death Grip is really interesting because, that is a step too far. I do agree with that. That is a step too far, but that's the point that Usos have been making. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's not too late. Like, you're going the wrong way here, right? They've been talking to Jacob and sort of trying to say, look, you're overstepping that mark. For me, he hasn't, turned heel because I think we can all understand where he is at the moment. I think people can understand that he was cheated as well at Backlash with the fact that he was competing and because of an exposed turnbuckle, he ends up getting knocked out cold. Roman, some people think Roman did it on purpose. I don't think he did it on purpose. But it's interesting. I mean, it wasn't Jacob cheating Roman. It was Roman cheating Jacob. And the fans are chanting for him. The fans are chanting for Fatu. So I think it's going to come down to perspective. And I think you can certainly make an argument that he has turned heel. And if SmackDown Hotel want to say he's heel, that's up to them. That's fine. But I don't know if you did a poll. I think this is one that's going to divide opinion. I think he's in that sort of tweener place. If they'd put tweener in betweener, I could vibe with that. But I think for them to go, oh, he's outright heel now, I don't agree. He's not getting booed out the building. And his actions are all sort of understandable. The question is, does he go too far with the Tongan death grip hold? Is that too far? Is that a line crossed? And that's where you're going to have to make your own mind up. For me, it isn't. For me, I don't see it as a line cross. This is him doing whatever it takes to get that championship belt. It clearly does not matter to him that this is family because he feels let down by them. So, if anything, like, he's just treating this like another feud. If he was doing this to a heel, I don't think people would think twice about it. Because it's Roman, who's a face, and because Roman's so popular, that has made people wonder. But if he was doing this to a heel, no one would think twice about it. No one would say he was a heel if he was doing this to a heel. But because he's doing it to a face, all of a sudden then you've got to question, when has he gone too far? Well, I don't think he has, personally. But again, subjective. Jared said, I don't get that Gunther retired John because he was retiring anyway. Yeah, true. He was the last person, though, wasn't he, to have a match with John? And technically he goes down as the one that retired him. He was the one that had John's last match. So you are right if you want to kind of say that John was retiring anyway. But that's just how you tend to word it when someone has someone's last match. The thing is that, yeah, it probably did take a little bit away from the fact that we knew that he was done at that point. Might have been better if it was a bit like how they did it with AJ. You know, if you lose, you're done type stuff. But you're right. We knew that was going, but you still word it that way. Historically, it's kind of worded that way. Cosmic said, what's Sean's greatest NXT achievement so far? Probably bringing through Oba, I would say, or Trick Williams. I feel like the show was consistently really good 2024, 2025. I'd say there was a few bits last year that were off, but it definitely felt like it was better than Raw or SmackDown. To be honest, I think Sean has probably benefited on the back end of 2024 and certainly 2025, probably benefited by how bad Raw and SmackDown was. So as a result, it's probably meant that these shows have felt better than maybe they actually were. You know, if Raw and SmackDown was killing it, perhaps NXT wouldn't have felt as good as it did. I mean, I think we can say that the big PLE shows don't feel as big as they used to. I mean, these don't feel as big as takeovers. We actually did a watch-along for Bayley Sasha from 2015. There's nothing that feels as big as what that show was. I mean, NXT Brooklyn, Takeover Brooklyn. We're not really getting that. So size, it doesn't feel as big as it used to. In regards to like bringing talent through, they're doing a great job. We've just had a hell of a wave hit that main roster. So I think in regards to what his biggest achievement is, it's probably got to be the talent he brought through. It's got to be Oba, it's got to be Trick, hasn't it? And Javon. Some people would say the way he booked Javon wasn't great. You know, Javon didn't win the NXT Championship and was losing a lot. I know that Brian Alvarez has got his frustrations with Javon, but still gave him loads of matches, loads of experience, put him in loads of different situations, used him on a regular basis, brought him through, and, you know, kind of aided his development. So, yeah, I'd just say that really, just that most recent class was so good. And a lot of this talent, I mean, if you look at the likes of Oba and Sol Ruka, these are people that came in with no previous wrestling experience. Oba was a shot putter. Sol Ruka was... I don't know what Sol Ruka did, actually. Was she a gymnast? I think she did a few different things, didn't she? But yeah, there's a lot of talent that didn't have like wrestling experience that the PC has developed. Here's Tatum. Okay, this is going to be good. This is going to be Tatum and Lizzy, isn't it? We're starting straight with a match. Okay, Tatum Paxley making her way into the ring. Where was Matteo? I was going to get back to Matteo's comments. There. Daze, good NXT tonight. We're going to see Tate Wilder. We're going to hear from Mason Rook. And most importantly, see the debut of Naraku. What do we think is going to happen with Naraku? Well, we don't know the opponent, so I'm guessing he's going to get a big win. Scream for me, Orlando! Is she going to do that all the time? Like, talk before she comes out, like Big E? Don't you dare be sour! Lizzy Rain coming out with all the energy. Blimey now. Lizzy Rain comes out, goes into the crowd, bringing the fire, bringing the energy. Lizzy Rain is here. God, look at the energy, man. That's brilliant, isn't it? That's a great entrance. I mean, she really feels like a star, doesn't she? She come out, she's energy. Fans loving her. Right, she's taking on Nikkita Lyons. Actually, don't know who she's facing. Nikkita Lyons with a mask on. I don't think we've seen Nikkita with a mask on, have we? Big Cat Kita. Okay. Zaria. I don't know what Tatum was doing there. She was sort of like... Okay, here's Zaria. Let's go down. GTA 6 is going to drop, and it's more of the game version shortly after GTA 7 Online drops, says William. That's getting closer, isn't it, actually, GTA 6? I think it's November. Have they released details yet about it? Like, bundles. No. PS6 rumored to launch in 2027. Is that true? Okay, Zaria has made her way down. Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Sony will release home and portable PS6 in 2027. It could triple the PS5's power. Okay, we got Zaria and we got Lizzy. We're locked in. That's enough about PS5s, PS6s. Right now, Zaria in there with Lizzy. Nice. Lizzy goes down. One. Kip up. Look good there by Lizzy. That was nice. Oh, screams out at Zaria. Zaria, I would expect her to win a battle of strength against Lizzy. Lizzy takes Zaria over. That's good work there by Lizzy. Lizzy screams out to the crowds. She goes over. Tatum is reaching for the tag. I thought she was going to duck underneath that. She didn't. She got clothesline. She got murked. The new Xbox is going to be good too, said Cooper. I'm likely... I won't be getting on. They barely have got any games for PS5, said Tribal List. Yeah, my brother wants the Grand Theft Auto 6 and he wanted to get a computer as well, like a PS5 with it. So I'm kind of keeping an eye out for any bundles. Thought that's info for him. Duck underneath. But you do sort of think like, oh, is it not just worth waiting for the PS6 if that's coming next year? But I think it's the end of next year. I don't know. I don't need it anyway. I'm too busy watching wrestling. Oh, big forearm shot. Although it will just be me here watching NXT on my own probably when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. Whole world's just going to be playing that. Kendal Gray, Kelani Jordan, that goes down tonight as Nikkita is standing on Tatum. She tries to come crashing down with the splits. She definitely felt that. Zaria is in. Tag being made. Lizzy Rain is in. Drop kick. Down goes Zaria. Tatum and Lizzy with a drop kick. Duck underneath. Going over. Clothesline. Nikkita to the outsides. Okay, Lizzy going against the ropes. Bang, through the ropes. Down goes Zaria. Down goes Nikkita. Hell yeah, that's right, said Lizzy. That's right. Mate, the energy is just insane. I feel like the amount of energy coming out of Lizzy Rain could power a small town. Who needs, like, nuclear reactors and stuff when you've got Lizzy Rain out there? She's just this absolute ball of energy. It's good, though. I mean, you're only out there for, like, what, 15 minutes or so, you know? You're not out there for, like, that long. I mean, just go ham, go crazy. Lizzy Rain into the edge of the ring. As Zaria jumps in as well. So we're at commercial break right now. Empower Warren said Zaria is so fire. Daze, that has been debunked. It's coming in 2028. What? PS? Oh, 2028. PS6 2028. Oh, I just heard end of 2027. Yeah, I mean, I could understand people not wanting to wait that long. 1, 2. But it's just, if you're going to buy a PS5 to get Grand Theft Auto, you could sort of understand people being like, oh, should I just wait a bit? The game might go down, probably won't. But what's the point in getting a PS5 when you just wait and get a PS6? Oh, I could hear Nikkita singing as Tatum went against the ropes. Nikkita went for a kick there. Tatum stopped herself. That was a fun little spot, actually. That's a shame that happened during commercial break. Tatum went against the ropes. Just as Nikkita went to kick her, Tatum stopped herself. Nikkita was like, I was just stretching. That's all I was doing. I wasn't trying to kick you. Knees coming in there by Zaria. We got a minute and then we're back. Considering how horrendous the PS5 launch was, I'm genuinely surprised they're already planning on making another console, said Alex. I think PS5's been out a while, though, hasn't it? I mean, yeah, blimey now. It came out at the end of 2020. It's been out 6 years. Wow. That has gone by so quick. Probably because the world was so focused on lockdowns and pandemics and all that stuff, you know, and then opening back up and everything. It's just doesn't feel like the PS5 has been out that long. It's the first PlayStation console that I didn't get. Although I'm trying to think if I had a PS4, and I don't think I did, actually. Oh, I might have. Yeah, it did. Shows how much I played it. Right now, we got Nikkita. Tatum in the corner. Nikkita charges over, goes into the corner as Tatum moves out the way. Forearm shot coming back there by Tatum. Chop coming in there by... PS2 was the best game, said David. David, I hear you, bud. I hear you. Kick to the midsection there by Nikkita. Double underhooks. Picks up Tatum. Drives her down. 1, 2. Kick out. William said, I was thinking about doing an exclusive William Does Stupid Shiz member-only type thing. Access to daily content. Talk directly to me on Google and meet call-ups. Do it, William. I think people would love to see you do stupid shiz. Big boot there by Tatum. Daze botched the match graphics. Yes. I did. You're correct. Got him up on the shoulders. Tatum lands on her feet. Against the ropes. Zaria to the outside. We're back from commercial break. Tatum is trying to make her way over to Lizzy. It's been pretty fun, this match. The pace has been really quick on it. She's trying to make the tag. Tag made. Lizzy Rain in. Clothesline. Down goes Nikkita. And again. Duck underneath. Picks. Oh, lovely throw. Lizzy. Chops. Chops coming in there by Lizzy. And again. Chop. Lizzy Rain. Lizzy Rain. She's chopping away at Nikkita. Comes in. Bang. Another one. Lovely work. Oh, into a cutter. Matrix style work there by Lizzy. Into a cutter. Back elbow. Lizzy charging it. I love it. I mean, like, the way she performs everything, you know, even in the corner before she charges over, she's like, Tatum's in. Duck underneath. Kick coming in there by Tatum. That's great work. Cemetery drive. Can't get it. Big kick. Tatum goes down. That was lovely. When she got kicked and she spins down, that looked really great. Zaria reaching out for Nikkita. Nikkita trying to make her way over to make the tag. She's reaching, and Zaria jumps down. I'm bleeding? Did she just say I'm bleeding? Well, she's been fed to the wolves. Tatum makes the tag. Lizzy Rain coming in. Nikkita in whole world of trouble. Thunderstruck. 1, 2. Lizzy gets it with Thunderstruck. We didn't do the camera cut, which looked better. It looks really good, actually, when she gets that height and then bang, delivers that kick. Lizzy Rain hits Thunderstruck, gets the win. And, I think Nikkita might have chipped a nail. Yeah, we got some breaking news. She was just looking at a nail then. She's chipped a nail. Do you know, wrestling can be so unforgiving. I think with that Thunderstruck, she just needed to lean back a little bit more. She seemed to be a little close. Yeah, look, she's still checking that nail. That nail's a big problem. Guys, we need thoughts and prayers for Nikkita. Ren's got some crutches. I don't want us to be like Soul and Zaria. God, no one wants you to be like Soul and Zaria. Cheers, Lola. Yeah, their match was great. Oh, that was great. I forgot about that match. It was that stupid finish. That stupid finish. This is my moment to strike. Oh, bloody hell, he's only just arrived. And now he's going on strike. Naraku. Naraku. Nariku. Whatever it's called. We're about to find out. Mario said, Daze, I think they just said that Kendal, Great, Kelani, Jordan will be the main event tonight. Well, mate, sign me up. I flipping love women. I love all the women. There's not a single woman that I don't love. I love even those ones that kill guys. They're just misunderstood. Tatum Paxley, amazing. Lizzy Rain, amazing. Zaria, amazing. Nikkita, Lyons, annoying. Kendal Gray, amazing. Kelani, Jordan, amazing. I love them all. Big fan. Sign me up. Supersonic Jake said, I can't watch NXT due to the basketball game. Due to the basketball game. Stupid basketball. Can't you use a VPN and, like, go to a different state? I think you could do that, couldn't you? You need to get one of them sweet VPNs. Or come over to the UK. Yeah? VPN-wise. And then you'll be able to watch it on Netflix. Casey, shout out to you. Casey. Annoying. Suzanne said, Days, prayers for Nikkita's nail. Honestly. She was checking it twice, mate. Honestly, she was like this. She might have only just had them done as well. That it's not cheap. It's not. I know a lot of you are joking, but she might have spent some serious money on that. So yeah, I hope she's okay. She's meant to be in action tomorrow on Evolve. I could understand if she skips it, to be honest. The best way to watch NXT is on Netflix, said Jose. I love Blake Monroe, said Robbie. I bet Mermaid Man is happy that Naraku is no longer being known as evil, said Shadan. Even Maxine, said Jeremy. Well, I like her now that she just sits in cars. I don't like it when she's winning intercontinental championships. But if she's going to, like, sit in a car and wait for a boy, I ain't got no issue with that. Do you know what I mean? Let her live her life. If she wants to cheat on a partner, that's fine. Days, what are you expecting from Naraku in the debut match? Well, I'm expecting him to win. I don't know who he's going to be facing, but I'm expecting him to win. I think, I mean, in regards to, like, Japanese wrestling, you would expect Evil to be, I mean, he's always been a bit of a brawler. He's not a high flyer. You know, I'm expecting it to be quite hard hitting. So I'm expecting it to be hard hitting, brawling, statement made, victory. Like, oh, he looks like a badass. He's going to be a problem. I'm expecting that. So, yeah, let's have a look. Let's see. I'm quite excited. See what Evil looks like in a WWE ring. We're a minute away from finding out. I'm expecting not a good match, said Mayor Pete. Robbie said, Casey, I've noticed there's a lot of people that are jealous of you and your popularity. People just don't appreciate greatness these days. Well, she's very lucky, to be honest. She's very lucky. Tommy keeps letting her onto the web. She wouldn't get on half as much if it was down to me, let me tell you. Yeah. Some of us, Robbie, have got standards. Yeah. Here's Callie. Trem said, if he wasn't champ and in a group right now, then Lexis would have been great for that debut tonight. Oh, to be squashed, murked. Because I would expect it to be largely one-sided. I don't know who they're going to have do it. Who are you going to have? Could be an Evolve talent, couldn't it? They haven't announced anyone. I haven't seen. They didn't say on the preview who it was. It's just it's going to be in action. Who do you put in that position? Oh, breaking news. Penta? Bailey? Wow. Penta, Bailey, and Grayson Waller are going to be appearing NXT Live in Buffalo, Canton, and Johnstown. It's Lindsay. Now that's interesting because he's experienced, but he's also someone that is a coach. So he can get murked and it doesn't matter because we ain't looking to give him any momentum. Well, there we go, Lindsay. I wasn't really expecting it to be Lindsay. Yeah. Here we go. So this is Evil, obviously going by his new name. I mean, it's a big entrance. And it's a good look as well. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It really does feel like someone really significant. Naraku. So they're saying it's Naraku now. Definitely it was pronounced Naraku last week. Now they're saying it's Naraku. 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 Well, that's how it looks. It looks like it's Naraku. He just said Naraku. Booker T just said Naraku. It's Naraku. Naraku. Can we get the pronunciation 100% correct, please? It's not Naraku. Booker T keeps saying Naraku. It's Naraku. 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 And then you got Booker T going, oh, this Naraku looks good. It's not Naraku. Ah, there we go. There we go. That's the kind of thing you're expecting to see. Lindsay, whoop. Big right hand gets, crossbody, down goes Naraku. Gets his shoulder up. Lindsay trying to grab the arm. Naraku. Trying to step through. Does step through. Oh, he's just stomping down on the face. He's trying to break it, and he does eventually break it. Former IWGP champion as Lindsay. Yeah, get suplexed into the corner. Naraku. Naraku. Are you listening, Booker? Big kick coming in. Chop. I like the chops. Another chop. Oh. Kick coming back there by Lindsay. It's not Naraku. Stop saying Naraku. Picks him up. Oh, Lindsay goes down. Oh, short arm clothesline. Kicks to the back. Bang. Chop coming in. Boot coming in. Another boot. Chop coming back. These two exchanging blows. It's that strong style that we expected. Scoops him up. Drives him down. I don't know if it's me, but Lindsay just seems a bit... It's Lindsay that seems a little bit off. Yeah, that's nice. That was quite nice. Knee in the back. Lindsay trying to find a way getting back up to his feet. Fans applauding away. Scoops up Lindsay. Lindsay lands on his feet. Enziguri kick. He's back in the corner. Comes in. Drop kick. Okay, big boot there by Lindsay. Forearm smash there by Lindsay. And again, chop coming in. Middle of the ring. Lindsay springing. Oh, lovely. Into a stunner. Naraku in the corner. Big boot there by Naraku. Lindsay goes down. Naraku. Picks him up. Drives him back in the corner. Nice suplex. Lindsay down. Good work there by Naraku. Naraku again. Nice suplex. Fisherman suplexes. This looks like it's going to be the beginning of the end. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Naraku putting people on notice. Pretty straightforward work, to be honest. Little bit of offense coming back. You can see some handprints on Naraku's chest. So certainly those exchanges of chops have been felt. Look at that handprint right on his chest. Oh, that's nice. I am pure evil. I am not a man of honor. I am pure evil. That was nice. I like that. Okay, let's get the thing up, shall we? Deacon, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. Let's get a poll up. Okay, we got Tate Wilder, we got EK Prosper, we got Sean Legacy. Here's Van Dux. Okay, I don't know if we can trust Dorian. I don't get vibes that I can trust him. Here's Birthright. Sleazeboy said, Oba, Femi versus a dozen Mini-Housens. Oba lifts his boot and squashes all of them. It would be like the movie Cheaper by the Dozen meets Bubba Hotep. Let's go. I would like to see that, Sleazeboy. That would be really fun booking. That's a pretty big announcement, isn't it? About Bailey, Penta being at NXT shows this weekend. That's great news. If you was interested in going, surely that would convince you. Okay, we're at commercial break then. Am I the only one that hates the name change for EK Prosper? Yeah. I think you can understand why they had to do it, though. It was called Eli Knight, and obviously it's very, very close to LA Knight. So I can sort of understand them going, yeah, let's nip that in the bud now. But it doesn't mean they had to give him such a rubbish name. Change, you know, they still could have given him something better. I agree, it's not great. EK Prosper. Perhaps it'll grow. It hasn't yet. Word Live Cena fan said, I'm surprised that Roman doesn't use the Tongan Death Grip. Do you think he'll use it? I don't think he's needed it. But I think it's always a good move if you've got like a real heated rivalry. Someone that you really hate. Which is, you know, why they've been saying to Jacob, this is not the time for this move. You don't do it on family. It's meant to be a last resort. So, I don't know, if Roman ever finds himself in that situation, that where, imagine him using it on The Rock, if ever they do face. Wish I could go. I'm only 1.5 hours from Buffalo, said Jeremy. It looks good. It looks like it's going to be a good show. Fun show. Christopher said, I want to see big WWE stars stand up to Oba. Just storyline to sink our teeth into instead of him throwing people round. I don't want WWE to drop the ball with Oba. They're not dropping the ball with Oba. If you think back to a lot of the big superstars from the past, and you think about Shawn Michaels, and you think about Bret Hart, do you think about what they were doing on Raw? No. You think about what we did at WrestleMania, what we did at SummerSlam, what we, you know, kind of was doing just generally in storyline. Like, because we're living through it right now, we think that every match, every segment, every moment is like this big deal. But really, it's not. Like, this is just a fun way of getting Oba onto the shows and giving him something fun to do. I actually thought the segment they did with him yesterday was really fun. No one wanted to answer the open challenge, so we went and grabbed a couple of people backstage, dragged them to the ring, and murked them, you know? I mean, you could have just had Los Garza come walking out, and then he could have murked them. I think the fact that they didn't do that, they made him go and get them and grab them and drag them, to me made it more enjoyable. So, yeah, it was a squash, but I still thought that they found a pretty fun way of presenting it. The week before was Otis, and, you know, him throwing Otis around I thought was pretty fun. I mean, he picks him up and chucks Otis. I mean, that's an amazing spot. Looked really, really good. So, next week, yeah, I mean, we're looking for something different. I don't think you can just bring someone out and murk them, but I would say we haven't been doing that anyway. I mean, I would say this week, yeah, he murked the people, but he went and got them as well. And, you know, that whole thing of no one wants to... I mean, that's great because it really gets over the fact that everyone's scared of him. It gets over the fact that the locker room has already decided they don't want to mess with him. So if they're already saying that this week, the question is, well, who's going to answer next week? If no one wanted to answer this week, who's going to answer next week? And maybe next week is where we bring back a Sheamus or we bring someone back, but they're not ruining him with this at all. As we said, if you think back to Hogan and all of that, you think about what he did at WrestleMania and what he did at SummerSlam and all of that. This is just a bit of fun. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We got Natty. She's sat down talking about LFG. Jada. We got Natty and Jada. You can still hear her in the background. Well, that's leading to a match, isn't it? Jada Natalia. I'm not down on that. That could be fun. Here's EK. The next open challenge will be the last one, I guess, said Tram. It's going to lead to a feud, maybe Sheamus. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, for me, as long as we're doing some different stuff, and we're keeping it fresh and we're not just doing the same thing each week. I suppose that was the point I was making, is that it's not that big of a deal at the moment. It's just a way of getting him on the show. We will get to a feud. That could come next week. But week 1 is in there with Otis. Looking good. Second week is no one wants to answer it, so he grabs the tag team, beats them up. I thought that was pretty fun. I thought it was a pretty fun segment. Let's see what they do next week. But, I mean, feuds and all of that are going to come. I mean, the guy's like 28. I mean, the guy's got like 15 odd years in WWE if he stays fit and healthy. He's going to have many, many feuds. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not in any rush. I'm not like, oh, I need this now type thing. I'm just, let's go. Okay, Birthright. This is the year of opportunity, says Vic Joseph. So, Birthright versus... Oh, I can't be bothered. People. Load of people. It's Birthright versus a load of people. Okay, we've got the Naraku score. Here we go. 50... 33, 10. What's the bad? That's first match. Good 93. You weren't blown away. Thankfully, the first match was great 58. So we've had great 58, good 93. That's where we are so far with this week's episodes. Jared said if TKO was in charge of the WWE game, it'd be about £300. That is true. That is true. We should thank the good Lord above that they are not in charge of pricing the video game. Although I believe the video game is still very expensive. Rolled through there by Dempsey, but I bet there's tons you can do in it. Uppercut. Working on the arm. Bang. To be honest, it might be the only video game I would need is the 2K game. I mean, I've not played it in so many years. I mean, I bet it's got every arena, pretty much every wrestler, loads of legends. I'm not sure what the story mode would be like, but I've heard there is like a GM mode, and that's good. I'm sure there is some sort, but it's all that stupid flipping in-game purchases and all of that nonsense. That's what really, really puts me off. And the fact I have no time. Uppercut there by Charlie. Daze, how disappointed you would be. Oh, really? Alex, is it really not good? Really? I just got back from church, said Keegan. Mayor Pete said you don't have to purchase anything. I think you do to unlock stuff, don't you? Isn't there like extra bits you have to unlock and you pay to unlock characters and all this stuff? What reviews did it get? Over the other sides. Down goes EK Prosper. Leapfrogging over. Bang. Against the ropes. Middle rope. Oh, I tell you what, that was lovely work. That was lovely work. Metacritic, PS5, 80 out of 100. 79% on OpenCrit. It's not bad, is it? IGN 7. Oh, dropkick. Where's Alex? It's not bad. It just doesn't have everything. You do for some DLC, but there's also lots of content you can unlock by... Tag being made. There we go. Should be back. Okay, I believe we're at commercial break at the moment as this match just sort of settles down. We got Charlie Dempsey in there. Backbreaker. EK Prosper down as Dempsey is grabbing a single leg. Some pretty quick tag work being made there. Stacks coming in. EK Prosper down. So Stacks is in the ring. Chop coming in there by Stacks. I've been taking a break from certain segments on social media for mental health, said Trini. Physical health has made me a little bit depressed and I'm trying to avoid negative. Trini, you're in the right place. You know what we're like here, Trini. We're just a big ball of positivity. So, Trini, you are in the right place, my friend. Welcome. Welcome to Daze's Funhouse, where it's just good vibes 24/7. As Legacy on the outside, grabbing Connors. Connors getting thrown in the ring. Connors coming over, tag being made. Clothesline there by... Oh, big clothesline as Dempsey goes to the outside. Through the ropes. Down goes Dempsey. Dempsey is thrown back in. Legacy looking pretty good. Shot coming in. Legacy goes through the ropes and goes to the outside. The blind tag is something not utilized enough, said Buckarers. There's a European uppercut there from Charlie Dempsey. He's grabbing Legacy, putting him in. I feel like this is a lot of potential here. There's a lot of people with some great potential. Right now, trying to come in. Oh, this is a drama. It won't actually let me get back into... It's just booted me out of... Why won't it let me go back in? Oh. Guys, I'm locked out momentarily from the stream. The only way I can see the chat is on screen here. I can't actually get into the chat. Dude, why is it not letting me back in? One, two. Yeah, lovely. I'll tell you what, Connors is looking so good in this match. Okay, we didn't even see that cheap shot. The camera wasn't on it. Lovely kit there by Legacy. Spanish fly by Legacy. Dude, this is going to be a real problem when it's time to close the stream. When it's time to end this stream, I can't get access to behind the scenes. Forearm shot there by Tate Wilder. Down goes Dempsey. Wilder, shoulder tackle. Dempsey goes down. Connors. Stacks. Bang. Big clothesline. He's getting around the back. Connors goes into Stacks. Tate Wilder's looking pretty good here, actually. He's in there with Dempsey. Dempsey goes down. 1, 2. Dempsey kicks out. Fans are making some noise. Fans are pretty excited. He's got him up on his shoulders. He's dragging him down. Whoa, forearm shot there by EK. Chop coming back there by Connors. Oh, big DDT. Big spike. Stacks is in. This thing's like 100 miles an hour. Big boot there by Stacks. Big boot coming back by Legacy. I have got no idea who the legal man is. I'm not convinced the referee knows who the legal man is. Sling blades by Tate Wilder. Stacks goes out the ring. Shot coming in there by Dempsey. Uppercut. Wilder kick to the midsection. Looking for a suplex. Gets it. I mean, they've done a great job of making Wilder look really good. Wilder's climbing up, and they've done a good job of making Connors look good as well. Pace of it has been good. Crowd have been with it. Dempsey is climbing up. He's going all the way up to the top. What are we looking for here? He's got the nice double underhook suplex from the top there by Dempsey. 1. Mate, that referee took ages to count that one. EK Prosper comes crashing down. Here's Connors. Connors goes to the outside. Big kick coming in there by EK. EK to the outside on the shoulders of Connors. Oh, mate. Hard on the edge of the ring. Tag being made. Connors comes in. Goes for a knee. Tate drives Connors down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. And a save there by Stacks. Save by Stacks. See, that's what I want to see. I want to see, like, these talking and communicating and trying to get a game plan going. Sean Legacy wanted the tag. Wilder goes over the top to the outside. Comes crashing down on Stacks and Connors. Tate Wilder takes a moment to pose to the crowd. Here's Dempsey, swing and a miss. Picks up, drives him down. He's going up to the outside. Tate Wilder climbing up. Dempsey is down. Looking for a frog splash. That was good. I like the frog splash. Kick out by Dempsey, but it looked laboured. Tate Wilder ain't tagging. Tate Wilder is not tagging out. He's going to go up. He's going to climb up. Yeah. He went for that moonsault. Dempsey makes the tag. In comes Stacks. Tate Wilder has bitten off a bit too much here. Down he goes. Connors 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay, let me try and fix this flipping situation that I'm in because I can't get to the chat. Okay, so we got Tatum and Lizzy right now backstage. Okay, so Tatum's going to give Lizzy a title shot next week. Here's Shiloh. Here's Tristan. What did Tatum do then? I think Tatum like poked Lizzy. Oh, okay. Mason Rook. Mason Rook signs his contract next. Well, this'll be good. This'll be good. Mason Rook. Okay, right. Bloody now. Bloody now. It was all kicking off for a second there. I was locked out. I just clicked off this screen and then it wouldn't let me back in, so I couldn't see the chat. Apart from what was here. Right, let's go down here. Liam said, Daze, can I get your signature? Oh, you don't want that, bud. But drop me an email at wrestlingdaze@gmail.com. Liam, shout out to you, my friend. I hope life's treating you well. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. Robbie. David said, I genuinely thought that guy had jumped in from the crowd at first. Do you know what? For me, the giveaway was that it wasn't that. Was that they immediately cut to a better camera angle. I think if they really wanted to sell it, you could see him get in the ring in the background. If they really wanted to sell it, they should have cut away rather than cut to a better camera angle so you could see him do his moonsault. If that was a real fan, they wouldn't want to be obviously showing it on TV. So as soon as they did that, you're like, okay, who is this guy? And then obviously people knew him anyway. And so very quickly people were sharing his real identity online. And now he's got a new name, Mason Rook. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dads. Daze, I got a random riddle. Okay, James. A cowboy rode into town on Friday and stayed for 3 days, left on Friday. How is this possible? I know the answer to this. Because I'm big-brained. I don't know how to say it without giving away the answer. Shall we say the animal is involved? Ayan said John Cena hyping this, but yeah, that's been great for him as well, hasn't it? That's been great for him. A couple of times actually, John's done that. Piper Niven's big sister next. Well, yeah, that's been such a shame to see that, honestly. People going off about his looks. I mean, WWE has got a proud history of, like, flipping. Kevin Owens was not slim and slender when he first arrived. I don't know, breaking news. Yokozuna had a bit of size to him. Bam Bam Bigelow, Vader. I mean, we've got such a proud history of big men. Here in the UK, two of the biggest ever stars in the history of UK wrestling was Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks. Both flipping rotund. This idea that everyone's got to be like super jacked or whatever, I don't get it. I don't understand. I feel like tell me you're a noob to wrestling by not telling me you're a noob, It's what a stupid comment. King Kong Bundy and all these great big men. Gorilla Monsoon from back in the day. The idea now that everyone's got to look like Roman Reigns. How ridiculous. How stupid. Yeah, I saw a load of those comments. I just ain't got time for it. A good thing to do would be to just block those people. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just drivel. Absolute drivel. I love the fact he's the size he is. Because I agree with the comment Triple H made. He was saying wrestling's at its best when you've got this variety of people, You got the smaller guys that are doing this amazing high-flying work, but then you've got your big muscular guys like Brock. Then you've got your bigger guys like Mason, Bronson Reed. And then, like, you know, Bronson Reed's not jacked. But he's got, like, a size to him. Otis? Look at Otis. And then you got your jack guys like Roman, you know, who looks amazing. But, yeah, melting pot, man. Let's go. Okay, what's this? We got the culling. Okay, so we're putting Izzy over here. They're like, God, we love you. You're so cool. Hang back, Nico. What's happening now? Is that it? If Lola's watching that match, I'm going to watch Lola. Okay. Why couldn't you say that in front of Sean Spears? Here's Mr. Stone. Talent from all over the world. Still wants to make NXT their home. Let's go. Now, we haven't seen his entrance. It's going to be the first time that we're going to see it. Hear the music. Okay. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. Mason Rook. Mason Rook. I don't know if the song works as well anymore, but here he comes. I'm not sure about the name. I don't know if he doesn't need, like, something a little bit more impactful than Mason. Music's okay. It's okay. It's a starting point. It might also grow on me. I mean, here he is. Okay, they're just sticking with that, which is interesting. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dads. So they've decided you can't do the Mason Rook part, and they've just dropped it. What, he's talking so slow because probably his accent. Why is he talking so slow? John Cena has seen me. I've been all around the world. Please, America, understand what I'm saying. I know I have an accent, but I am trying. Is he on slow-mo? What's going on? Mouth. I reckon they've said that to him. Just talk a little bit slower. When you talk fast, your accent's quite thick. I want more. I'm not just the best super heavyweight, I'm the best any weight. If you try and stop a tank, you get crushed. I like that line. If you try and stop a tank, you get crushed. Mason the Tank Rook might have been better. Mason the Tank Rook. Tank, 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 tank. Yeah, Tony's come out. Okay, if you're big. Oh, Cam Hendricks trying to attack. Cam Hendricks trying to attack Tony. Tony had come out. Oh, the big man. He's going up. Oh, look at that. Moonsault to the outside. His big... Yeah, now they've added the Mason Rook bit to the song. Didn't God make your mind up? Body slam your dad. Mason Rook. He's big. He's bad. He'll body slam your dad. Mason Rook. Mason Rook. There he is. I think it's a badass segment, actually. I think he looks good. His promo was in slow-mo. It was a slow-mo promo. Yeah, I'm excited by him. I'm excited. Big guy's got a moonsault, said Jennifer. He's already got a chant. That's a good sign, said Shining Wizards. Daze, you've got a dub singing voice, and it's way better than Tommy's. Thank you, Carl. Thank you. Noam Dar. I'm going to focus on finding it. I don't know if I'm that guy anymore. Okay. Commercial break. Commercial break. Right, we're an hour done. And it's been a pretty fun show, actually. I mean, I enjoyed the opening match. You lot said was great 58. I'm right there with you on that. Then we got to see Naraku in action. Good 93. I don't think Lindsay was the right opponent. It might be I don't know. Just didn't quite work. I think we just needed someone that could bump around and just, you know what I mean, get chucked about a bit. I don't think Lindsay was the right person. Then we did the 6-man. You lot said it was good 98. It was really close to going into great. Really, really close. And I would agree with that. I do struggle a little bit when the matches just go, 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 go. Because that is kind of what I was seeing in AEW. And I just sort of, nothing has time to breathe. It's kind of like we do all this stuff, and before you can really appreciate it, we're on to the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. So the crowd are going crazy because they're loving the action. But yeah, for me, I do find myself struggling with those matches a little bit. So respect, actually, to people that scored that, like, good. Because I think those kind of matches can very easily just get great and all-time scores. I can totally understand if you did score it great, why you scored it great. I do get it. I think for me, I would have been torn between good and great, because for me, I think it deserved to be high-end good, low-end great. If it had been low-end great, I think that would have been fair. If it had been high-end good, I think that would have been fair. And you lot said it was good 98, so I'm really in agreement with you on that. Really fun. I mean, really, really fun. But it's one of those matches that's a million miles an hour. It gets the crowd going. It's a pretty fun opening match type thing. But yeah, a lot of the stuff they do, like it's gone. We move on from it. It's just bam, 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 million miles an hour. You know, nothing really sticks with you type stuff. It's what I was seeing a lot in AEW, and that was a bit of a criticism I had at the time. So I'm certainly not going to be a hypocrite and say that it was, any different here. So that was that. It was fun. Good 98. Very fair. And then we just got Mason Rook. I'm here for that. I would change his hair a bit. And I don't know. I'm kind of down for him to have something in the middle of his name, like Mason the Tank Rook or Mason the Killer Rook or whatever it might be. Rather than just Mason Rook. But we just got to see how it goes, haven't we? You know? See how he evolves. I'm sure by the time he goes to the main roster, there will have been some changes. But I'm excited. Can't wait to see his match. Jared said the theme song sounds very much like Chris Benoit. Yeah, I can hear that, actually. I can hear that. Yeah, I can hear that. That's not a bad thing. Benoit's track was awesome. It's just Benoit was not. Well, he was. But what he did was not. So, yeah, that's no bad thing. I don't mind it. I see the Benoit comparison in that, actually. I think that's pretty good. Tony said, until you tell Carmen Live ARW Pro wrestlers are eligible for the John Cena Classic, Barry Big Balls could be inaugural champion. Well, listen, if Big Balls is in it, and I'm not talking about Cameron, but if Big Balls is in the John Cena Open Classic, he's going to win it. Anyone called Big Balls is getting the most votes. Simple. Okay, here's this Emily Agard, who for some reason has decided she's not going to bother going to the Performance Center. Instead, she's just going to go out into the real world and interview, which I'm kind of into. But I do also find it strange. No, I want to see her eat and ask questions at the same time. There's not much food on the plate. Tell me something about your tag partner. People would be shocked. Is this a face turn? So he lost his mom and now he looks after his brother. I wonder if she regrets asking now, because it's all got very serious. This is quite good. I'm not down on this. He's an artist. It's always the quiet ones, A. Isn't A like a Canadian thing? Is she Canadian? It's always the quiet ones, eh? Yeah, definitely bring some more food because you've got one hot dog each. It's hardly the greatest cookout I've ever seen. Well, there we go. The simping is out of hand here with these two, said Wrestle with Andy. Oh my God. Look at Micah. Micah has got Jackson on her shoulders. Is this how he's going to come to the ring? Mate, I need 2K27 if they're going to put this in there. Imagine if you could change the wrestlers. I'll have Yokozuna coming down on Micah's shoulders. And that's going to be the entrance for Yokozuna in 2K27 for me. Mate, she's not even breaking a sweat. Carrying Jackson, that's crazy, mate. That is crazy. I love it. Jackson Drake in the ring. Okay, I don't even know what this match is. Oh, Noam Dar. Yes. Noam Dar making his way down. I don't think she fits with them, said Cooper. Well, it gets her on TV, doesn't it? And I bet Jackson Drake likes having her in his corner, to be honest. Kick coming in there by Noam. Now, see, this guy has got a future. Noam Dar can be that guy, said Kappa. Daze, Dr. Thirst. Are you kidding me? Said Christopher. Yeah, that's his name, isn't it? Jackson's thing, Dr. Thirst, yeah? Christopher, are you thirsting for the doctor? Me thinks that the lady doth protest too much. Dr. Thirst, are you kidding me? I would never call him Dr. Thirst. Never. Yeah, you would. And I bet you do. I bet there's pictures all over the wall in your bedroom. I bet you've got his picture sellotaped to a pillow next to you and you go like that before you go to sleep. Good night, Dr. Thirst. See you in the morning, Dr. Thirst. No, I'm in there grabbing Christopher. Heck no. Wow, me think the lady doth protest too much. Shots coming in there by Jackson. No, I'm Dart over against the ropes. Christopher said no, he's got chicken legs. Oh, okay, fair. That's fair. Well, listen, if he puts the work in, yeah, and improves those chicken legs, then he'll be the complete package. Mika comes round, stares at Noam as we go to commercial break. Right. Thirsty for Dr. Thirst, said Corey. That's what's happening, Corey. That's what's happening. Word Live Cena fan said Oba versus Naraku. Thoughts? Let's go. I think Oba would win, but Naraku obviously has got a lot of experience. So, yeah, I'd be down for that match. That's a great shout. Dude. I just found all my video files from America. I need to have a look at these. Mate, I've got footage from Five Below, FYE, when I went to Florida 2 years ago that I did nothing with. Okay, we're at... I didn't know they were on this computer. I just literally found the folder. Right now, we've got Noam Dar. He is in control. Right, Daze. Dorian is the founder of AAA Car. Thank you. Spawny Boy said Shinsuke Nakamura versus Naraku, make it happen. Oh yeah, I'm here for that as well. I think there's lots of exciting matchups you can do, isn't there? With Naraku. Apparently they wanted him to go straight to the main roster, but he didn't want to. And I really respect that from him. I really respect that. I mean, him being in NXT makes NXT a more interesting product. And it allows us to do exactly this, which is get used to seeing him, look at how he fits in, and start, you know, fantasy booking. Oh, let's do this and this and this and this, you know? And, you know, that moment where he gets called up, we've still got that to look forward to. Rather than him just coming in like Powerhouse Hobbs did, Royce Keys did. And everyone was a bit like, who's this guy? And then we have to, like, find out about him. Like, we can do that in NXT, and obviously we know a bit about Evil anyway. And we've still got that moment where he goes to the main roster to look forward to. I like it. I like talent coming in and going to NXT first. Shoulder up there by Noam Dar. Okay, Dr. Thirst in control. Christopher will like to hear that as he stomps down onto the hands of Noam Dar. Dar's not missed a step, said Scottish Chris. He's still got it. I just wish that NXT would actually give him a proper push. Kick coming in. Down goes Jackson. Noam Dar to the outside. It's kind of crazy how long he's been with NXT, isn't it? I mean, he must have been with them now for a good, I don't know, 10 years? I think, was he in the Cruiserweight Classic, which is like 2016? Right now, we've got Jackson Drake with Noam Dar looking for a superplex. Getting a superplex. That looked good. Superplex there by 1, 2, kick out. Suzanne said it's a cheap copy of China. Well, she's going to be compared to China. China was an absolute trailblazer. Hopefully we can make Mika different enough where she can be the first Mika. But yeah, I mean, big, strong, powerful, chucking guys around. She's going to get that comparison. But that doesn't mean we should never, you know, not do that again. She can be the first Mika. Shots coming in. Daze, don't know what I look like, William. Imagine Tommy trying to get with an Irish person. Tommy could get with an Irish person. Tommy can get with a Latina. He can get with an Irish person. He could get with an Irish Latina if he wanted to. And we should encourage him to do that so that he leaves the current person that he's with, because she's terrible. It's awful. Oh, that was a lovely little step to the side there by Noam Dar as he let the hands go. Nice suplex. Noam Dar looking pretty good here. I tell you, he's got to make this work as well, hasn't he? Because with all the cuts and everything, Noam Dar, you can't just live in developmental. Bang. I wonder what the future is for Noam Dar. He is fun, though, isn't he? I mean, he was great in Metaphor. Lovely suplex. Northern Lights. Dr. Thirst is down. Daze said, I just can't see him going any further than NXT. The Doctor will be forgotten. Oh, mate. You might regret that. You might regret that. Double knees. 1, 2. Shoulder up. The thing with Jackson Drake is he's pretty good in the ring. Like, I like his facial expressions. Pretty good at selling. He's good at his heel work. And they clearly like what they see out of him. He's got a fair bit of experience as well. Used to be in a tag team with Javon Evans. And there's a picture that's been doing the rounds recently of that. So, I mean, he's been competing on the indie scene for years. And he was the first Evolve champion. Of all the people they could have chosen... Oh, that's a 2 count. Of all the people they could have chosen to make Evolve champion, the first one, they went with him. So they clearly like him. He's bringing a lot of experience. He's still really young as well. I think he's got a bright future. 1, 2. But you could be right. We've seen, like, Cora Jades not get past the NXT level. Forearm shots being exchanged back and forth. So, I mean, it could happen, but I don't know. I think he's going to make it. I think he's going to get to the main roster. Kick to the midsection. And again, kick coming in there by Noam. Kick coming back there by Jackson Drake. Lovely kick by Jackson. Noam, middle of the ring. Jackson trying to spring off against the ropes. Noam Dar kicking him to the midsection, and Jackson selling on the outsides. Slumps outside the ring. Noam Dar coming out after him. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. I must admit, I am enjoying it. Oh, there's Mika. Mika getting in the way. Now we've got Vanity Project all bumping into each other. Jackson being thrown back in the ring. Mika grabbing. I thought she was going to pull his shorts down for a second then. His pants down. But didn't. It's going to allow Jackson to get the splash, get the win. And there we go. Oh my God. And you know, just he did that. He looked at the camera. He went, Christopher, I'm thinking of you. He just did that? No, dudes. That is crazy. That is crazy. It's a win for Vanity Projects. Dart got nailed by the numbers. Hello, Austin. Austin. Daze, I forgot about him. He's not for me, said Christopher. Fair play, Christopher. Fair play. Christopher's moved on. Well, it's a win for Dr. Thirst, but obviously outside interference. Guys, lights have gone out. You know what that means? The greatest group in the history of pro wrestling are here. Dum ba-dum bum bum ba ba bum bum ba-dum bum. Mate, Mika's gonna murk them on her own. Gives a shiz. Dark State have just absolutely put their foot in it. Mika's in the ring. She's going to send them all to the Shadow Realm. Young Bucks are here, said the Beach Kevin. No. I said the best team in pro wrestling history. Yeah. Not the cringiest. Yeah. Not the team that's saving the business. Stupid commercial, said Cooper. Robbie said, we need more Emily Agards. That damn Dark State music is growing on me, said Kappa. Pushing Up Daisy said FTR. No, I said the best team in wrestling history, not the team that likes to shave each other's backs. Drew said, why do I feel it looked like Jackson's shoulders were also down? Oh, I did not study it that close. I didn't study it. You could be right. It could be a big controversy. Days, if we're talking best team, then that's got to be Matt and Jeff Hardy. No, no, I said the best team, not the oldest team. Yeah. I may or may not be thirsty for Emily Agard, says Robbie. I think you probably are, to be honest. Trey said the Usos. No, not the Usos. Jay's backstage with Jada Parker, getting it on. They're not about to come out and interrupt this, are they? He's busy. His hands are full. Yeah. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. Young Bucks aren't even old, said Alex. They're old. They're old. They'd need a stair lift to get through the crowd down to the ringside area. They'd have to sit on and just like slowly make their way down. And everyone would have to chant extra loud so they could hear it, because the hearing's going. Young Bucks, Young Bucks, Young Bucks. Like that. Sorry, what? Young Bucks, Young Bucks. Are you saying Young Bucks? I'm sure they're great. I'm not sure. The Colossal Connection. Haku and Andre. No, pushing up. I said the best tag team, didn't I? Not the dead fat one. Yeah. And his little friends. Not that team. Not the one where the big one's dead and the little one's... I don't even know what he's doing anymore. What's he doing these days? Probably murking people at bars, isn't he? Can't get me. I'm in a different country, so I give a flip. Yeah. Not the old man and the dead one. Not that one. I thought NXT would need time to get good again, but it's as good as it ever was right now, said All Day. I'm having great fun with it, yeah. I'm having great fun with it. Well, I was having great fun, although we've come back, and I don't know if we are going to have any more Dark State. Why have we got that? Bum, 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 bum. Where's that playing? Here's Tavium. Here's Miles. I can't believe Luke's still working indie shows, said Alex. But Luke Bushwhacker. Now that's the best ever tag team. Bushwhackers. Mate, get Luke out here now. Blow me now. Miles and Tony. Well, Tavian's all upset, isn't he? What's up with him? Yeah, he's a champion. Champions have to do things. And he's going to team with Tony. And actually, he's got that belt, so that means he is better than you. Yeah, deal with it. Well, there we go. Tavian's crybaby. It's a Dark State are in the ring, by the way. This is good. Guys, it was Dark State, by the way. That's who we were talking about. Best ever tag team, yeah? You're way too comfortable walking around with them tight. I forgot they were the champs, honestly. Control. The in-betweeners. That's good. You're tripping big shoes, bruh. Tripping big shoes. Clown shoes. What? You think beating a team that call themselves the Belly Boys gets you tag title opportunities? Literally no shot. I like Brad Baylor a lot, actually. We took these from you. We don't really get to hear from Vanity Project, formerly known as Swipe Right, that much. We're not looking for handouts. Okay. Big Mama Lockwoods? Okay. Big Mama Lockwoods. There's a dark state chant. This isn't working. We gotta be united. It's gonna have to be Dion and Saquon working together. Oh God, do you remember last week when they were like children, not even looking at each other? Do you remember that? Hug it out, 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 hug it out. Oh, they almost got jumped. God. Sneaky. Dr. Thirst! Ah! Falls into the arms of Big Mama. Big Mama with Dr. Thirst. I need a Mika figure that I can put a Jackson Drake figure into the arms of. That's what I need. On my mantelpiece, I need Mika holding Jackson. Oh, here's Naraku. 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 No. Thank you. Stone, thank you. Here's Mason. Cam Hendricks, Mason. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. Minihausen, Minihausen. Tate Wilder. All rest, no risk. Carver. Felt like I'm watching Evolve. I got Tate Wilder. I got Keanu Carver. I got Cam Hendricks. I got Vanity Project. Right. Daze, what do we think about Backlash? Said Carmen. Hello, Carmen! I thought it was better than any ARW Pro show I've ever watched in my life. It was better than all of them. Yeah, I thought it was alright. I thought it was good. I thought it was fun. I had a good time with it. I wasn't down on it. I think Trick Sammy felt like a bit of a low point. Seth Braun didn't quite grab me the same way it grabbed other people. The finish, shenanigan finish, ring post, was better than outside interference in the main event. John Cena announcement. I like the idea of NXT versus main roster. Sign me up for that. But the rest of the announcement was just crazy. John coming out going, look, guys, this might be the worst idea ever. Guys, this might be an absolute car crash. Yeah. But, you know, if it is, at least we can say that we've loved and lost. Yeah. He always comes out with all this. I find him he's a bit weird. John Cena, lovely guy, but I don't know that he lives in the same world as me. It's just coming out with all this motivational speech stuff, isn't it? It's better to have loved and lost than never loved at all. Yeah, okay, brilliant, John, but how does that help with this new thing you've started? Yeah? I feel like he talks in riddles. Anyway, that was pretty crazy. So, yeah, I mean, it was a fun watch. I had a good time with it. Cena's promos are starting to become like The Rock's. He doesn't say anything important now. Pushing Up Daisies said John Cena's Spinabout Championship is coming back. Oh, God, please, no. People really want that to spin, though, so it's funny, isn't it? I remember when the Spinabout was around and everyone hated it. Even John spoke about that. When he turned heel, the first thing he had to go at us about was the grief we gave him for the Spinabout. that was the number one thing on his mind. About how much grief we gave him for the Spinabout. But the thing is, now you've got a load of kids that grew up at that time that loved the Spinabout, that have nostalgia for the Spinabout, and so there's loads of people that want the belt to spin, and that's fine. You know, I do associate that with John Cena. So I think if you're going to have a John Cena classic, then yes, I agree, the belt should spin. But yeah, it's just funny. It's funny how like people didn't like it at the time, but now the kids of that obviously have grown up and, you know, have an appreciation for spinner belts. So I agree. Yes, it probably should spin, and it probably will spin. Carmen said, I've got to say, Danhausen Minihausen against Miz and Kit Wilson was hilarious. Well, that divided opinion. I enjoyed it. I did not mind it. I had fun with it. And if you did as well, great. To be honest, if you have fun with anything in WWE, great. You know, it's just meant to be entertainment. So, you know, good. If you didn't, don't worry, it's in the past. Yeah. We're not watching that show tonight. We're on a different show. I actually don't know what's coming. Oh, Kelani's coming up. Oh, Kelani Kendal. Oh, mate, that's going to bang. That is going to bang. Right. Alex said, I was hoping we would have got a custom heel spinner championship last year. Eric said, there's nothing wrong with watching AEW. I watch it every time it comes on. And I've watched for over 30 years. I can watch more than one company. That's true. Yeah. I don't think anyone would say there's lots of people in this community that watches AEW. Jojo said Darby isn't championship material. Austin said Darby deserved his moment. I'm glad he won it. Okay. I watch occasionally, said Eric. Carmen said the gingerbread man thing on Friday was dumb. That also divided opinion. It was better than the Daniel Bryan custom belt. Yeah, kind of. What was that made from? Like hemp or something. I mean, it's the kind of thing we should be doing if we want to save the environment. To be honest, but yeah, I get it, Jennifer. We don't care about that. That's what I'm getting from Jennifer. What Jennifer's saying there is she doesn't care about the environment, and I think we're getting that message loud and clear. To be honest, Tatum Paxley, Lizzy Rain. That would be so good. That goes down next week. Also next week we got Vanity Project against Dark State. Can they coexist? Can they Saquon and Dion. In the ring is Kelani. She does... She comes out first. So it's going to be Kendal coming out. It's going to be some grey graps. Here's Callie. Love Callie. I love every female whose name begins with K except for Casey. I love Kelani, I love Kendal, and I love Callie. There is a lot, isn't there, actually? Kelani, Kendal, Callie, Cam Hendricks, Kamala. Okay. Callie's like, well, you didn't run through everyone. I like they've changed her graphic to look like the graphic on her shirts. Kendal making her way out. I haven't heard how bad that injury is on Ren. Kendal. Kendal. Boom. I watch every Wednesday and Saturday. It's nothing like this. It's nothing like Raw, but I still watch it. I don't go in hating on other people for watching WWE, says Cooper. Deshaun said, do we think the Usos are going to turn their back on Roman, join Jacob, and then they could take out Roman, and that's the reason why he's not going to be in action? Well, he's going to be in action a bit more, isn't he? So he's going to be on the Raw after Clash. So Clash goes down on the Sunday. He will be at Raw on the Monday. He then misses a week, and he's back the week after that. Then he misses a week, and then he's back again. They updated his schedule. It was in the last unseen. So, yeah, he's only actually missing 2 weeks in June now. So, there is a chance that Usos do side with him. Lovely work there by Kendal as Kelani gets over to the ropes. They're going to give this some time. What happened to Ren, said Spawny Boy? I'm not sure. She had a boo-boo. Backslides. Knee to the midsection. Daze, I found out 6 days ago that after their show on May 23rd at the Glen Park Eagles Club in Gary, Indiana, Backbreaker Wrestling will return to St. Mary Hildebrandt Hall in Griffith, Indiana on June 20th. Wow. Carmen, thank you. I thought you'd found out something really interesting. Turns out I was wrong. So, Carmen, thank you. Nice chop coming in there by Kendal. Kendal over the other side. Kelani splits against the ropes. Goes Kelani. Kendal against the ropes. Blocks the hip toss. Fireman carry. Lovely drop kick. Oh, we're doing some grappling. We're doing some wrestling. Kick coming in there by Kelani. Do you know what would be quite nice? If it turns out Ren isn't actually injured and she uses that crutch and wallops Kendal Gray with it. That would be nice. Do you know what I mean? Just big betrayal out of nowhere. Oh, that'd be good. Nice work there by Kelani. Goes for a big boot. Down she goes. Kendal, drop kick. Kendal kicks up, flips. Oh my God. We're learning new tricks. Jeez Louise. Kelani moves out the way. Big boot. I don't think I've seen Kendal Gray do that before. On the outside of the ring. She's getting picked up. No joy. Going on the shoulders. Back in the ring. What are we setting up for? Kelani, swing and a miss. Lovely. Love that. Oh, and sweeping the leg away. Going up, over, stomping down. I've seen her do that. One, just a one. Kendal going for that cover. She did the EO move. It's a hell of a thing to bring into your arsenal, isn't it? She should steal it. She should do that, and then when she gets up, she should go like that. What's EO going to do about it? Nothing. She can't do anything about it. You don't want me to do it? Stop me from doing it. You'll do nothing. Kelani to the outside. That'd be good, actually. I'd love a heel doing that. Imagine that. Imagine a heel coming down, getting everyone to acknowledge him, and the fans are like, no, I'm not doing that. And Roman's like, stop doing that. And you're like, you want me to stop me doing it? Make me stop doing it. Yeah, how about that? How about that? Kick coming in. Down goes Kelani. Kendal going up. Kendal. Oh, lovely crossbody. That was nice. That was nice. Nice frog crossbody, said, pushing up Daze's. Let's go. Guys, we are at commercial break. We've got 10 minutes left to go. 10 minutes left to go. Dorian said, Kendal is the best female wrestler in all of NXT. Kendal goes hard into the edge of the ring, gets driven back there by Kelani. And again, she's definitely going to be feeling this right now. She gets thrown into the steps. And you can see the pain that she's in. That's your friend, right? Says Kelani. And then she tells Ren to shut up. Back in the ring goes Kendal. Kelani going in after her. She's not given a chance to breathe as she works the back. Shot to the midsection there by Kendal. And again. Going for a roll-up. One. No joy. Coming in. Knee to the midsection. Kendal goes down. Another knee coming in. Good work there by Kelani. Kendal in the corner. Over the other side. Hard into the corner. Picked up. Backbreaker. Backbreaker. Nice sell. Nice sell in there by Kendal. She's feeling it. She is feeling it. Pushing up Daisies said Kendal's technical skills are a joy to watch. Christopher said, Daze, I believe Kendal set the bar for Evolve. Now NXT, she's top tier talent, soon to be main roster. I'm very impressed with Kendal. Shoulder being driven in there by Kelani. Carmen said, Daze, in my opinion, Jacob Fatu should have got fired by Adam Pearce on Raw last night for attacking Roman with a Tongan death grip and for not acknowledging Roman. Well, I don't know what Adam Pearce is going to do, actually. I mean, Jacob was in trouble for putting his hands on officials anyway. Roman said, no, he's got to acknowledge me first. That didn't happen. I mean, I'd imagine Roman is going to want to get his hands on Jacob. So he's probably not going to want him to get fired. He's probably going to want him in a match. So I suppose Adam Pearce's hands are a little bit tied, aren't they? Right now, we got knee in the back there by Kelani. At the very least, he should be getting fined. It should be a serious fine for putting your hands on officials. Lovely work there by Kendal to get out of that. We got 7 minutes left of this week's NXT, and it's been a really fun event. It's been a fun show. We've laughed and we've cried. 52, 36, 7, 5. Good 95 for Noam Dar Jackson. Ooh, I might have gone a bit higher than that. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. Kelani charging over. Kendal against the ropes. Over the top to the outsides. Okay, in comes Kelani. Back elbow. And again. Underneath. Belly to belly. Oh, look at it. Lovely work. Lovely work there by Kelani. By Kendal. Straps are coming down. Kelani in big trouble here, isn't she? Again, no, look, she's getting absolutely chucked around. She's back up. Another one. Boom. 3 in a row. Right now we got Kelani in the corner. Kendal charging in. Shots by Kendal. Kelani. Oh, lovely. 1, 2, hooks the leg. Kick out. Only just. Only just. Kendal. In the ring, on her knees. Grabbing Kelani. Back elbow there by Kelani. Kelani trying to fight back. Kick to the midsection. Clubbing blow to the back. Kelani trying to get Kendal in the corner. Kelani in the corner. She goes up. Middle rope. That was nice. I like that. Bottom rope. Middle rope. Launching off. That was nice. Picks up. Oh my God. That was nice as well. 1, 2. That was a big sit-down power bomb by Kelani. Love the work in the corner. Look at this. Look at this sit-down. Oh my God. She really drove her. Had her up. Oh, that looks so good. I like that. 2 spots in a row there by Kelani that were really eye-catching. I love the dragging of Kendal to the corner. Kendal just out like a dead weight. Split leg coming up, but she was playing possum. Ah! That was good into ankle lock. Pulling back as well, and Kelani being stretched. She's on that top rope. Takes Kendal over. She can't get out the ankle lock, though. It's still in. She's trying to get the shoulders down, and she does, but it's still in. Oh, the end of this is so good. Look at that. She just cannot get her off her ankle. Kendal's like a dog with a bone. Cannot get her off her ankle at all. It's in. She's trying to get over into the... Oh! Breaks her on. She's hobbling. Charging over. Bang! Into the corner. Going down. Lovely work. Now looking for the arm. It's been blocked. Fans are already chanting tap, tap, tap. Kendal, middle of the ring. Knee coming in. Kelani having to work so hard to just get her off. Yeah, Kendal will just grab anything once she double clothesline. Both go down. Don't know if those are new boots that Kendal's got. She used to have white ones. I think this might be new boots, new gear, actually. Kick coming in. Oh, she goes down again. Kendal. Oh, my God. I love it. Oh, God. Sign me up. I love that. I flipping love that. It's a gut wrench power slam. Oh, so good. It's so good. Oh, shut up. That should have finished the match. That flipping gut wrench move that she does into the pin. Oh, God. No, this is stupid. We should have ended at that point. That was sick. Oh. Shot coming in. Yeah, it's been really good. We got Izzy Dame and Lola fighting. That's a shame, innit? Oh, no. Ren goes down. Kick coming in by Kelani. Kendal was distracted. Split leg. Bang. 1, 2, 3. She-nanigans. That's what we had in this ladies match. We had she-nanigans. if we have outside interference in a men's match, I wonder if it's he-nanigans. This was she-nanigans. But it was. There's no denying it. There was she-nanigans on the outside, which meant that Kelani gets the pin. On Kendal after a really great match. There's Lola. Kendal having a word with Lola. Oh, I'm so down for Kendal Lola again. It was such a great match before. It's your fault. Lola's not long had the belt, though, so I don't think she's going to lose it to Kendal. Izzy wants this belt as well. There's a lot of moving parts, guys. There's a lot of moving parts. Izzy Dame with that belt, standing over Lola. And that is the end of this week's show. Great match, but bad ending, said Cooper. 3.5, said AB. 3.5 minutes left. We're still fine. Keep the pressure. I swear that shot was in my soul. Said gone before the post said nope. The ending really ruined that match for me, said Wrestling Fan. Yeah. I mean, if they were to do that at PLE, I think it would get like a nicer finish than what it just had. So, I agree. But, it's just, you know, there's a lot of shenanigans, isn't there, when it comes to the TV shows. Great show, though, said Cooper. I think it's still going to deserve a really high rating. James said it wasn't too bad show. It's like a 7. Main event wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either. Throw the trash in the ring, said Pushing Up Daisies. Jojo said good stuff. Still better than SmackDown, said Jojo. And Wrestling Russ said it was a good show. James, good night, buds. Wrestling Fan 21, good night. We haven't got a PLE until July, said Robbie. Yeah, is that Great American Bash? There's Great American Bash is coming up, isn't it? Wonder if we could get some TV specials in. Kendal for sure earned my Cena Classic winner. That's insane. Oh, have you picked your winner already? Yes, let's go. I'm giving NXT tonight an 8, said Carmen. Don said, NXT is so super fun. The way they made it so fresh with all the new talent after all the call-ups is great. NXT is great. We're in a fresh era. It is fun. I agree. I had a great time tonight. Jojo, shout out to you. AB says 8. Jennifer said, at least we didn't end with Gingy. Yep, that is true. At least we didn't end with a funeral. Pushing Up Daisy said, Kendal won in our hearts and in our minds. That doesn't really help her financially. She doesn't get the winner's bonus for that. Daryl said it was a solid show, 7.75. Eric said it was an okay 7. Word Life Cena Fan, the 54 version, says 8. Jennifer says 7.5. Shining Wizard said it was the 6-man that was best match tonight, 8. 117 left. We're locking this down, and I'm giving NXT an 8, said AB. Days hour breakdown for SmackDown 1.2, 1.1, 1.3. What was the overall score? Big time. What was the overall rating? 1.2. If hour 1 is 1.1 and hour 3 is 1.3, then 1.2 would be the average, wouldn't it? 1.2 for SmackDown. That seems a bit low. Overall 1.279. Oh. Have they changed the way it's worked out? I suppose we're out of WrestleMania season, aren't we? So I mean, it does dip a little bit now. Kendall's going to win the title soon, have a decent run, appear in the Rumble, and then get called up this time next year. Whilst Kelani, the traitor, yeah, she is a traitor, remains in NXT. You're right, Robbie, she is a traitor. Let us never forget. Nielsen adjusted and the ratings went down. TNA did 164. It's their lowest yet. Oh, yeah, you said that. You said they adjusted it again. Oh, you just can't trust anything, can you? How are you meant to, like, gauge if things are working or not if they keep changing how it all gets worked out? That is annoying. Daze, I've got the spinner belt that Cena introduced, the championship one and the United States one. I've also got a photo op with Cena on June 6th. Oh, doing a meet and greet, is he? Wow. That's amazing. Bird Life Cena fan. Jose Styles said 1.2 is the highest since Mania. The gingerbread man is a draw. Dorian said Mika can be WWE's first legit female monster. Big Time said SmackDown did 1.1 last week. Before the change, they did 1.5 on the Mania Go Home. Well, there we go. Guys, that was NXT. That was NXT. Let's end the poll for our main event. Looks like it's going to get a great rate in that final match. That means that we had a few matches tonight. 5, 2 were great, 3 were good, but even the good ones were in the 90% range. Raw and SmackDown could never. Yeah. This is so much better than what we tend to get on those shows. Certainly in-ring wise. But I mean, I think I'd faint if SmackDown had 2 great matches. I wouldn't know what to do. I would think that I was in a coma or something, and I'd wonder what had happened to me in reality. Because this can't be the real world. SmackDown having 2 great matches, but that's exactly what we got, according to you guys, from this show. Rustic, hello, said Days, kind of getting old of these damn good match endings and shenanigans. I agree. I would also like it to be a case where we just had a clean finish. I think, though, there are fans out there that would be very critical if their favourites lost. You know, there's going to be Kelani fans out there that would be critical if Kelani lost clean. And I think WWE has sort of programmed people into just believing that if someone loses clean, it's like the end of the world. I just don't subscribe to that. I think it would have been absolutely fine for Kendal Gray to have lost to Kelani Jordan tonight. That would have been no problem whatsoever. You know, you look amazing. You just couldn't quite get it over the line. And in the future, 6 months down the road, she does. And then it's going to mean something because she fell short here tonight. Like, I agree. I just don't think you need all these shenanigans. But that's, you know, where we are. And I got to admit, I'm so surprised that's where we are. Because I remember one of the things that really stood out to me when I started watching Black and Gold was clean finishes. There were so many clean finishes. Main roster, you used to have shenanigans all the time. We've always had shenanigans. But in NXT, it felt like Triple H was trying to do something different. And it felt like he was really trying to embrace clean finishes. And there was loads of clean finishes in Black and Gold. And I remember, like, kind of thinking this was a breath of fresh air. And now, since he's gone the main roster, he started doing shenanigans. And Shawn Michaels is just doing shenanigans everywhere. So I agree. I'd love to see that get, you know, changed. And we could start getting some... Because I think it really does hurt the match. You know, you get into this match, it's really good. And then, like, the last thing that happens, you go, oh. And then, like, that's, oh, what did they do that for? I mean, it can't be good to end a match where you go, oh. Do you know what I mean? That can't be a good thing when it comes to, like, scoring the match. So many times you go, oh, I was really enjoying it. It was so good. But that finish, why did they have to do that? And it's because they want to protect people. I understand. But, I don't know. I promise you, I used to watch NXT where there was clean finishes and it didn't hurt anyone. It's okay. It's okay to lose wrestling matches. It's okay. If we could just sort of bring everyone onto the same page with that and sort of normalize it so that people didn't cry online if their favourites lost a match. Then maybe we could enjoy some. Maybe we could enjoy some more clean finishes. But hey ho, that's my rant. Yeah, for the day. Thank you to everyone that joined us. I really do appreciate it. I hope you had fun. Masterback said, "Why does he look like Ryan Nemeth?" I don't know who we're talking about. I don't know who we're talking. I think you're probably talking about Ryan Nemeth. And that's a great question. Why does Ryan Nemeth look like Ryan Nemeth? I'm going to leave you on that. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.